Chapter 1. Life was the greatest miracle in the world. The four directions were called the universe. Although the universe was real, there was no fixed place to seek. Since ancient times, the universe has been called the universe. Although the universe has grown, no one knows where it began. In the vast universe, many scientists speculated that Earth might be the only source of life. Humans were lonely. Although there were billions of stars in the vast universe, it was difficult to find a second life source. However, humans had never given up on exploration. Since the last century, many space probes had been launched. Voyager 2 was an unmanned space probe launched from the Kennedy Space Center in the United States in 1977. It carried a gold-plated record with the theme, "Greetings to the Universe." The record contained some pop music and greetings recorded in 55 languages on Earth, hoping that one day it would be intercepted and received by an alien civilization. Since the 1970s, Voyager 2 had been traveling alone. In the vast universe, it was as small as a speck of dust. Most of the space probes of the same era had either malfunctioned or lost signal communication, disappearing forever in the lonely universe. 30 years had passed, and technology continued to develop. Humans had developed more advanced space probes. Perhaps in the near future, the exploration of space would be further developed. Even so, for a long time, the new space probe could not catch up with Voyager 2. 33 years had passed, and Voyager 2 was now 14 billion kilometers away from Earth. It had reached the third cosmic speed, and its orbit could no longer guide it back to the solar system. It had become an interstellar spaceship. In the dark and cold universe, the stars were like sparkling and translucent diamonds inlaid in the darkness. Although the Voyager 2 space probe was flying at top speed, it looked like a tiny ant crawling on the dark ground in the cold and boundless universe. More than 30 years had passed, and today, Voyager 2 had made a shocking discovery. In the desolate universe, 9 huge corpses were lying there quietly. On May 22, 2010, NASA received a set of mysterious data sent back by Voyager 2. After a difficult process of deciphering and restoring the data, they saw an incredible scene. At that moment, everyone in NASA's main monitoring room was shocked. They stood motionless like wooden statues. They were shocked to the extreme. It took a long time for everyone to come back to their senses. Then, the main control room erupted. "God, what am I seeing? How is this possible? Unbelievable." Voyager 2 could no longer be guided. It could only move forward on its own. After sending back the mysterious data, it hurriedly flew through the pitch-black universe, heading towards the darker and more distant star field. Because that part of the starry sky was too far away, even if they made a major discovery and captured a shocking image, humans were currently unable to do anything about it. This set of mysterious information was not released to the public. Not long after that, Voyager 2 malfunctioned and lost its signal transmission with Earth. Perhaps this was the end of the story, but sometimes things would go beyond people's expectations. Whether it was the observation and exploration of space or the scientific research of life and physics, the space station had a unique and superior environment. Since the Soviet Union launched the first manned space station in 1971, 9 space stations have been launched worldwide. June 11, 2010. At this moment, inside the International Space Station, several astronauts' expressions changed at the same time, and their pupils contracted rapidly. Today, the existence of God has long been denied. If there were still people who continued to believe in God, it was only because of the emptiness in their hearts that they were looking for sustenance. However, at this moment, the minds of several elite astronauts received a strong shock. They saw an incredible scene. Outside the International Space Station, in the cold and dark universe, 9 behemoths were motionless, as if they had been there since ancient times. They gave off an endless sense of desolation and antiquity. Those were actually 9 dragon corpses. They were no different from the dragons in ancient myths and legends. Each dragon corpse was hundreds of meters long, as if they were cast from molten iron. They were filled with a shocking sense of power. The 9 dragon corpses were all 5-clawed black dragons. Other than the dragon horns that were crystal clear and shimmering with purple light, the dragon's entire body was black, and its scales flickered with a mysterious brilliance in the darkness. Dragons, legendary existences that stood side by side with God and were above the laws of nature. However, with the development of science, who would still believe that dragons really existed? The astronauts in the International Space Station received a strong shock. What they saw in front of them was unbelievable. In the lonely universe, the ice-cold dragon corpses were like an indestructible steel wall. One could even feel the terrifying power contained in the corpses. However, they had already lost their vitality and were forever resting in the cold universe. That is, after being deeply shocked, the pupils of the few elite astronauts contracted again. They saw an even more shocking scene. The 9 dragon corpses were all hundreds of meters long, and their tails were tied with black iron chains that were as thick as the mouth of a bowl. They were connected to the dark universe behind the 9 dragon corpses, and there was a bronze coffin that was about 20 meters long quietly suspended there. The giant chains had been tempered hundreds of times, thick and sturdy. The spots of black light made it look extremely cold. The bronze coffin was simple and unadorned. There were some blurry ancient patterns on it, and it was filled with the vicissitudes of time. It was unknown how many years it had been floating in the universe. 9 dragons pulling the coffin. In this dark and cold universe, the 9 dragon corpses and the bronze coffin were connected by the thick black iron chains. It was an extremely shocking scene. After a moment of absent-mindedness in the face of the unbelievable surveillance image, a few elite astronauts immediately sent out a distress signal. Calling Earth. Chapter 2. The people of ancient times lived for 100 years in spring and autumn, but their movements did not decline. Yi Fan closed the inner canon of the Yellow Emperor, and was fascinated by the ancient times recorded in the Plain Questions chapter. There were no detailed and accurate written records about the ancient times. For modern people, it was an ancient history filled with endless fog, causing people to be lost in reverie. A cool breeze blew, and the parasol trees in the courtyard gently swayed. The lush branches and leaves made a rustling sound, and fresh air blew in from outside the window. Yi Fan liked to read strange books very much. He made a cup of light green tea and continued to read the ancient book in his hand. Mortals can live for 100 years, but their movements do not show signs of aging. The ancient times, what kind of mysterious ancient history is this? As a modern person, he naturally did not believe in the age of the ancients recorded in the Plain Questions chapter. What he was curious about was why the ancient era that the ancients yearned for was vaguely mentioned in many ancient books. It seemed that there was an ancient civilization shrouded in endless fog that disappeared in the long river of history. Could it be that there really was an unknown ancient history? After a short moment of reverie, he continued to read. The Inner Canon of the Yellow Emperor was a rare ancient book. It was written thousands of years ago and was one of the 3 great ancient books of China. Although the whole book could not be completely trusted, it could be said that it was extremely valuable. Raise the heaven and earth, grasp the yin and yang, breathe the essence, guard the mind independently, and the muscles as one. Therefore, one can live as long as the heaven and earth. There is no end, and this is the way of life. The Plain Questions chapter mentioned many times that in the ancient times, there were people who understood the changes of the heaven and earth, cultivated essence, and could live forever. Modern people simply could not believe it. Unknowingly, the red sun gradually set in the west, and the evening glow sprinkled down, dyeing the lawn and parasol trees outside the window with a faint layer of red. Yi Fan put down the Inner Canon of the Yellow Emperor in his hand and prepared to attend an important class reunion. It had been 3 years since he left the university campus. Yi Fan had stayed in this city after graduation. Looking back, the simple and pure school days were gone forever. 3 years wasn't a long time, but it wasn't a short time either. His former classmates had already gone their separate ways, and everyone had their own paths in life. The melodious ringtone of his cell phone interrupted his train of thought. It was a call from his classmate, Lin Jia. She was a very smart and beautiful woman. After graduation, she went to a neighboring city. Relying on her extraordinary methods, she had been promoted to a department manager a year ago. Just as he pressed the answer button, he heard Lin Jia's teasing tone. Back in university, Lin Jia had displayed outstanding social skills, and it was very easy for her to get close to others. What? Did you miss me? Yi Fan easily countered. A melodious laughter came from the other side. I'm not too sure about the location of the gathering. Let's go together later. After deciding on a place to meet, Yi Fan drove out. When he was in university, he had once pursued Lin Jia, but he was tactfully told that the two of them weren't suited for each other. Lin Jia was a very beautiful and moving woman. Moreover, her shrewdness and rationality far surpassed her beauty. She clearly knew what she needed and what she should do. It could be said that she was very realistic. There were still 10 minutes until the appointed time. Yi Fan found a parking space in front of the Parkson's shopping mall, got out of the car, and went to the roadside to wait for Lin Jia. The entire city was bathed in the afterglow of the setting sun. Many of the buildings were covered in a layer of pale golden luster. The streets were filled with an endless stream of cars and streams of people. 7 or 8 minutes later, a Toyota stopped by the roadside, revealing a beautiful and delicate face. Lin Jia opened the door and walked over. Yi Fan greeted her with a smile. There's even a private car to pick you up. Don't be sarcastic. I don't have a private car driver. That's our classmate, Lu Yunji. Although they had kept in touch from time to time in the 3 years since graduation, they had only met once 2 years ago. Lin Jia was as youthful and beautiful as ever. She was dressed very casually. Skinny jeans paired with a purple t-shirt outlined the curves of her slender and beautiful body, making her look even more graceful. It's been more than 2 years since we last met. How are you? Lin Jia's beautiful hair fell to her shoulders, black and supple. She was born with a pair of red phoenix eyes. Under the cover of her long eyelashes, they were slightly slanted upwards. Naturally, she had a special charm, charming and moving. I'm fine. Yi Fan smiled and teased, Lin Jia, you're a natural beauty. If you don't go into the entertainment industry, you'll be letting yourself down. You're asking for a beating, aren't you? Lin Jia's smile was very moving. Her red phoenix eyes were slanted, rippling with light. Her red lips were also very sexy and charming. At this time, the window of the Toyota stopped by the roadside rolled down. A familiar face appeared in the driver's seat. It was his former classmate, Lu Yunji. Like Yi Fan, he stayed in this city after graduation. Thanks to the care of a relative with some background, he opened a small company and could be considered as someone with some achievements among his classmates. Although they were both in the same city, he had practically no contact with Yi Fan. The main reason was because of a conflict during their university days. Lu Yunji did not get out of the car. He faintly smiled and said, "Long time no see." Yeah. Let's meet up when we have time. Seeing that the other party had not even gotten out of the car, Yi Fan also calmly greeted him. You took a taxi here? Yi Fan was too lazy to bicker with this kind of natural contempt, so he casually responded with a grunt. Lin Jia was a very astute and quick-witted woman. Naturally, she could feel the atmosphere before her. She smiled at Yi Fan and said, "This time, I rushed here in a hurry. I called several of my old classmates who stayed in this city. Let's take Lu Yunji's car and leave together." Before Yi Fan could say anything, Lu Yunji already spoke up first with a slightly apologetic tone. I'm really sorry. I've already made an appointment with 2 other old classmates. It's just up ahead at the intersection, but it seems there aren't enough seats. It's fine. You go first, I'll be there soon. Yi Fan finished speaking and turned to Lin Jia with a smile. Come with me, or, as Lin Jia hesitated, Lu Yunji urged, Beauty Lin, why don't you take my car first? Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll be drowned in people's saliva. After standing by the side of the road for a few minutes, Lin Jia expressed her apologies to Yi Fan. Under Lu Yunji's urging, she finally got into the Toyota. The moment the car window was raised, Yi Fan could vaguely hear Lu Yunji's disdainful whisper. It's rush hour right now. It'd be strange if I could wait for a taxi. Then, the Toyota sped away, leaving a trail of dust in its wake. In the past, Yi Fan could be considered an influential figure on the university campus. Today, however, he was thought to have taken a taxi here. Compared to Lu Yunji, he naturally appeared somewhat down and out. Regarding people like Lu Yunji, he simply ignored them. Instead, Lin Jia's performance surprised him. However, everyone had their own way of life. After all, people had to live in reality. Naturally, they would have their own utilitarianism, self-respect, vanity, and so on. Thus, Yi Fan didn't feel too disgusted. The red sun had already set below the horizon. The sky, which seemed to have been dyed red by blood, gradually darkened. The entire city seemed to have been draped in a thick layer of dusky clothing. The curtain of night was about to fall. At this very moment, 9 gigantic dragon corpses were pulling a giant bronze coffin across the pitch-black and ice-cold universe. This shocking scene seemed to be eternally frozen in time. Several astronauts aboard the International Space Station had already transmitted this world-shaking information back to Earth and were waiting for further instructions. Chapter 3. Although Yi Fan couldn't be said to be successful in his career, due to certain reasons and experiences, he now had some capital. Not long ago, he had bought a Mercedes-Benz. In terms of price, it was more expensive than Lu Yunji's Toyota. However, if he were to use this to judge his status, he felt that it was rather vulgar. 10 minutes later, Yi Fan drove to the venue of the gathering, Moon on the Sea City. This was a super entertainment city that combined dining and leisure. It was located in a prime location, and the surroundings were very prosperous. From the various mid-range and high-end cars in the parking lot, one could tell that the main consumer was here. Having just graduated from university 3 years ago, most of his classmates couldn't be said to be successful in their careers. Yi Fan felt that choosing such a venue for the gathering was somewhat extravagant. When he walked out of the parking lot and arrived in front of Moon on the Sea City, he quickly saw a few familiar figures. They were all students who had come to participate in the gathering, some of whom he hadn't seen for 3 years. Yi Fan. At this moment, a delicate and refined young man noticed him. He came over with a smile and said, "This is your fault. As the host of this city, you took so long to show yourself. You should have been the one who initiated and organized this gathering." This refined young man was called Wang Ziwen, and he was one of the organizers and initiators of this gathering. He had been a very active person in university. It was said that he had been developing very smoothly in another city for the past 3 years, and his assets were already quite considerable. The others also came over to welcome him. Although they hadn't seen each other for a long time, everyone was very friendly. It was clear that Wang Ziwen was waiting for someone here. There were only 2 or 3 people who could make him stand in front of Moon on the Sea City to welcome them, so it was easy to guess. Wang Ziwen was a smart person. He didn't continue to wait here alone. Instead, he chatted and laughed as he led the way, accompanying everyone into Moon on the Sea City. There was a small business center on the 5th floor, which could accommodate 30 to 50 people for meetings. It had already been booked. At this moment, the sky outside had already darkened, and most of the students who had come to participate in the gathering had arrived. The arrival of these people immediately caused the atmosphere to become lively. Many people came over to welcome them. To be able to gather again, it felt as if time had passed, as if space had been misaligned. For a moment, it seemed to coincide with some scenes from their university days. It had been 3 years since graduation, and everyone was already 25 or 26 years old. A few of them were already married, and 2 of them had even become mothers. Everyone had their own path of life, but generally speaking, most of the students were ordinary people. The ideals and ambitions of the past had been polished by time to the point that they were about to completely disappear, returning to ordinary life. Their dreams were already far away, and most people clearly realized that they were just ordinary people. Yi Fan was brought to the other side by Wang Ziwen. After careful observation, he realized that the students here were either successful in their careers or people with some family background. "Yi Fan, you came so late. I must punish you with 3 cups. 3 cups is too little." You're all looking down on Yifan's alcohol tolerance too much. Lin Jia was also sitting beside them. Her red phoenix eyes slanted to the side. Her figure was tall and slender, her curves graceful and alluring. Which beauty wants to punish me? Yifan also categorized the male students as beauties. You've just arrived and you're already taking advantage of us. Punishment, we must punish you severely. The group of men and women unanimously began to sharpen their knives. Lu Yunji had a certain background in this city, so naturally, he was also in this small group. He casually said, I thought you'd be delayed for a while waiting for a taxi. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere became a little awkward. Everyone present knew of the grudge between Lu Yunji and Yifan during their university days. Now, he was developing very smoothly in this city. At this moment, when he inadvertently pointed out that Yifan had come here in a taxi, his intentions were a little obvious. The other students also noticed the situation and looked over. However, Yifan only smiled indifferently, not saying anything. I'll go outside to pick up Zhou Yi. Wang Ziwen changed the topic, turned around, and left. Lin Jia and the two female students began to talk about cosmetics and a few branded clothes. The others also talked about some interesting things from the past. Only then did the short awkward silence from earlier disappear, and the atmosphere became lively once more. However, after the incident just now, the atmosphere was somewhat delicate. No one mentioned punishing Yifan again, but the conversation around Lu Yunji had increased. Although Yifan was an influential figure in university, after leaving the campus, that was no longer important. Right now, success in one's career was the most important thing. From time to time, there would be gazes directed at them. This was a special small group. Those present were all students who were currently developing their careers well. At this moment, however, Yifan seemed to be marginalized. Regarding this, Yifan was very calm. However, in the end, he still stood up and left, sitting together with some other students. He did not want to be labeled as a special group by the other students. Cosmetics and branded clothes were always the favorite topics of the female students. The male students, on the other hand, talked about everything from football to the news and current affairs. Half an hour later, all 25 people who came to the party had arrived. There were a total of 33 students in the class. Among them, 3 were studying abroad, while the other 5 were unable to make it due to some special reasons. The initiators and organizers of this party gave their speeches one after another. The atmosphere was very lively. Afterwards, everyone divided into several small groups and chatted freely. After a long time, everyone finally left the small business center and was about to raise their glasses to celebrate this reunion. There was no deliberate arrangement, but the seniority of each table was clearly displayed. Yifan did not sit together with Lin Jia, Lu Yunji, and the others. Instead, he sat at another table. After another round of speeches, the rest of the party was very casual. Some people toasted each other, while others were surrounded in front of the table, unable to move a single step. They were toasted again and again. Many things had happened in the past 3 years. Everyone had changed greatly. Perhaps it was because of the stimulation of alcohol, many students began to talk about their own lives. Some were proud, while others were disappointed. Some hated their boss for being extremely harsh, always demanding overtime, yet the pay was pitifully low. One female student said that her boyfriend was a department manager of some famous company. Another student said that her husband had been promoted to the position of vice president. Another said that his fiancée was the niece of some bank's senior executive. After listening to these stories, many people were silent. Many people's lives were not very satisfactory. One of the female students was particularly haggard. Some said that she had married someone she didn't like. Their marriage was not a happy one. Her husband drank all day long. When a classmate passed by her city to visit her, he saw that she had bruises on her body. If there's anything you need help with, feel free to look for me. Yifan felt pity for this haggard female student. He still remembered her bashful and innocent appearance in university, standing outside the football field and waving her hands vigorously to cheer him on. It was obvious that her life was not going her way. She nodded her head sadly and gratefully, whispering a word of thanks. Yi Fan, you should change yourself first. The female classmate who said that her husband had been promoted to the vice president of the company said rudely under the influence of alcohol, look at how smoothly Lu Yunji is developing now. The students at this table all looked at Yi Fan at the same time, and then looked at the table where Lu Yunji was sitting not far away. There were students who were progressing well. Yi Fan, I don't mean to criticize you. You were indeed someone in university, but everything will change after you leave the campus. You have to work hard. At this table, the male student who said that his fiancée was the niece of a bank's senior executive also preached. When it came to the people at Lu Yunji's table, some of the students here sighed. They said that some people were far inferior to them in school, but now they couldn't be compared. There were also people who were cynical and very extreme. They said drunkenly that those people had returned home in glory and were showing off their wealth. There were even female students who joked with Yi Fan. They said that it was fortunate that they only liked him secretly when they were in school. Now, they regretted rejecting Lu Yunji's pursuit. It was still the same city, and the same people, but after meeting again, everyone's mood was very different. Chapter 4. Night had long fallen. Neon lights flashed on both sides of the road. The city at night still exuded endless vitality. Row upon row of skyscrapers towered high into the sky. However, if one were to look down from space, all of this would seem insignificant, just like a square inch of land. This was a very unusual night. It was destined to be difficult to calm down. Dozens of main monitoring rooms on the ground had completely locked on to the dark sky. In the lonely universe, the 9 dragon corpses shone with a cold metallic luster. Their bodies were covered with black scales the size of palm leaf fans. Dragons, a legendary existence, should not have appeared in the world at all. But at this moment, they were really lying in the sky. The images captured from the dark space were breathtaking and intimidating. The huge dragon horns were like forked ancient trees, powerful and mysterious. Its body was like a mountain ridge, strong and powerful. Its scales were like blades, shining with cold light. It looked majestic. The 9 huge lifeless corpses had a huge impact on human cognition. It subverted some of people's inherent ideas. Yi Fan, how has your life been for the past 3 years? Many people were very concerned about Yi Fan and asked with concern. It's all right. My life has been very ordinary. Nothing special has happened in the past 3 years. At this moment, people at Lu Yunji's table came over to toast. They said a lot of congratulatory words. Everyone clinked glasses again and again. It was very lively. The people who said they wanted to punish Yi Fan did not come to him alone. It was not until later that Lin Jia and Wang Ziwen came over one after another and each had a drink with Yi Fan alone. Later, many people became drunk. Then everyone went to karaoke. The singing seemed to bring everyone back to their young and inexperienced school days. How many people have admired your youthful appearance? Do you know who is willing to endure the ruthless changes of time? How many people have come and gone with you? Do you know that I will always be by your side? Perhaps it was because they were really drunk. A pair of classmates who had fallen in love during their school days and had no choice but to break up after graduation looked at each other speechlessly. As the song echoed, the female classmate actually lost control. Tears blurred her eyes and she burst into tears. Everyone tried to comfort her. Due to various reasons, none of the couples among the classmates were able to go through with each other after graduation. Although they had carefully managed their campus romance, none of them had any results in the end. Graduation meant a breakup. Perhaps it was a curse. Every year, the same tragedy would play out among the college graduates. Unfortunately, this kind of tragedy was likely to continue for a long time. It was related to the impulsiveness of youth, the pressure of employment, the current state of society, and perhaps other factors. Almost everyone chose songs from 3 years ago. Some of them sang with great emotion, pulling everyone's thoughts back to 3 years ago. The scenes of their school days were still vivid in their minds. In the end, the microphone hog appeared. The drunk student occupied the microphone for a long time, but his voice was really unflattering. It could be said that the sky was falling and the earth was cracking, ghosts were crying and gods were howling. While destroying everyone's ears, it also brought a happy atmosphere and made everyone laugh. Only when it was very late did the group leave Bright Moon over the sea city. There was still an event the next day, so they would return to their alma mater to take a look. The students who came from afar were almost all booked in the same hotel, and the few students who had cars were responsible for sending them there. Lin Jia, I'll take you back to the hotel. Lu Yunji parked the Toyota next to Lin Jia. Some of the other students wanted to take a taxi, but the seats in the cars next to them were really limited. They were too embarrassed to take the initiative to take Lu Yunji's car. At this time, a Mercedes-Benz stopped by the roadside. Yi Fan got out of the car and walked over to the haggard female classmate. I'll take you back. Yi Fan sympathized with this female classmate. In college, she was a happy and simple girl who liked to cheer for her classmates outside the football field. Sometimes, she would even shyly give them a few bottles of mineral water. But now that life was not going her way, she seemed very gloomy. Her face was pale, and her complexion was very bad. She rarely spoke the whole night. At this moment, when she suddenly saw Yi Fan stop by the roadside and ask her to get in the car, she immediately felt grateful and at a loss. She hadn't received any attention the whole night, and at this moment, she was not used to being stared at by the surrounding students. On the other side, when Lu Yunji saw Yi Fan drive over, he was stunned. Then, his expressions suddenly became gloomy. The surrounding people all had different expressions. Some were puzzled, some were surprised, and some were complicated. Everyone looked at Lu Yunji intentionally or unintentionally. The reality in front of them was completely different from what he had said. At this moment, Lu Yunji felt his face burning, as if he had been slapped hard. The few students who had preached to Yi Fan in a high and mighty manner also felt extremely awkward. They wanted to say something, but they didn't know what to say. There were also a few people who revealed playful and strange expressions, especially those who had been drinking with Yi Fan at the same table. They seemed to feel that such a scene had hurt the reputation of Lu Yunji's small group. At this moment, another two people walked over, opened the car door, and got in. They were Yi Fan's classmates who couldn't be more familiar with him. The Mercedes-Benz gradually drove away with the few people, but many people still hadn't recovered from their shock. Lu Yunji's body was stiff. Facing the strange gazes of the crowd, he felt like there was a knife at his back. At this moment, in the distant space, in the International Space Station orbiting the Earth, several astronauts had grim expressions. Their nerves were always in a state of tension, and it could be said that they were extremely nervous. In the dark and cold space, the 9 huge dragon corpses seemed to have existed since ancient times. Iron chains as thick as the mouth of a bowl stretched across the sky, connected to a huge bronze coffin, giving people a feeling of endless desolation and antiquity. The decision-makers on Earth had long agreed that if there were any major changes, they would immediately destroy the 9 dragon corpses and the mysterious ancient bronze coffin. But no one wanted such a thing to happen. The 9 dragons pulling the coffin came from the dark and lonely depths of the universe. Its value and significance were too great, and it was difficult to estimate. Suddenly, the main surveillance room in the International Space Station captured a set of mysterious signals. It was some kind of unusual fluctuation. The target was close at hand. It was the huge bronze coffin that the 9 dragon corpses were pulling. Mysterious fluctuations were emitted from the ancient and blurry patterns on it. Difficult to decipher. The signal was sent back to Earth and was deciphered by the most sophisticated supercomputer, but it still couldn't make any sense of it. The ancient patterns on the huge bronze coffin were covered in green rust, and it was difficult to see them clearly. After preliminary analysis, those bronze carvings are related to China's ancient legends. The surveillance rooms of various countries unanimously came to a similar conclusion. The beast-shaped carvings on the huge bronze coffin are similar to some of the primordial beasts recorded in China's classic of mountains and seas, and the figures in the bronze carvings are suspected to be gods, although they could identify the origins of some of the bronze carvings, they still couldn't decipher the extremely weak mysterious signal. They had no clue at all. Chapter 5. Their alma mater hadn't changed much compared to before. The only thing that had changed was the people who had come and gone. 4 years of youth had been carved into an unforgettable memory. Under the shade of the trees and beside the grass, some juniors were quietly reading books. It was a very harmonious and tranquil scene. Yi Fan and the others felt as if they had returned to the past, far away from the impetuous and clamorous life they had experienced for the past 3 years. After graduation, everyone had been busy with their dreams and lives. Quite a few had left the city. Except for Yi Fan and a few others, this was the first time the others had returned to their alma mater. Not far away, the small lake gently rippled. The scenery was still the same. They could still clearly remember the melancholy, decadent, or high-spirited figures holding guitars and singing campus folk songs by the lakeside. Even after so many years had passed, whenever the melody rang out, it would always remind people of that carefree and innocent era. That faint sadness could make people sad and sweet, easily moving their hearts. The precipitation of time would always leave behind a sour and delicate taste. It was just that they didn't know if those people were still able to pick up guitars and sing. After graduation, it was very difficult to find them. I vaguely heard from a friend that the melancholy guitar expert was a resident singer in a bar in another city. After a few years, he seemed to have changed a lot. Do you still remember the versatile long-legged sister from the school band? She was a very beautiful and pure lead singer. It is said that she is now drinking in a nightclub. Everyone could only let out a sigh. After graduation, many people had encountered the impact of their dreams and their dreams. Sometimes, life was really helpless, causing people to feel frustrated and confused. After a short silence, everyone continued to walk forward. At this time, Lin Jia arrived at Yi Fan's side. She wore a blue and white chiffon dress. The hem of the dress reached her thighs, making her 2 slender legs appear even whiter and more alluring. She wore a black belt, making her waist appear even more graceful. Her long hair hung loosely over her ample chest, accentuating the curves of her figure. She had a beautiful face, snow-white skin, and a pair of red phoenix eyes that had a strange charm. Lin Jia's entire person had a special temperament. You obviously have a car. Why didn't you tell me yesterday? How could I have had the chance to tell you? Aren't you going to invite me to ride in your car today? I would be very happy to. Here, I solemnly invite Miss Lin Jia. At this point, both of them laughed. Lin Jia abruptly brought up yesterday's matter. However, she lightly circled around it. She didn't say anything because of yesterday's matter, nor did she deliberately lower her stance to try and get closer to him. With that, she turned around and left with a smile. Lin Jia was an intelligent woman. She knew that being too deliberate was not a good thing. It would only make her appear fake. It was better to be direct and natural. This subtle change also happened to some of the other students. It was almost noon when they left their alma mater. They arrived at the food street and went to the restaurant. Wang Ziwen privately invited Yi Fan to sit at their table. Yi Fan just smiled and went over to toast a few glasses of wine. He still sat with the people from yesterday. Yi Fan, I was drunk yesterday, I hope you don't mind. Let me offer you a toast. Cheers. The male student who said that his fiancée was the niece of some bank executive had been preaching to Yi Fan yesterday. Today, however, he lowered his stance and tried his best to explain yesterday's matter. The female student who said that her husband had been promoted to vice president of the company also changed her attitude from yesterday and was polite to Yi Fan. Come, come, come. Let's all raise our glasses. Compared to yesterday, Yi Fan's table was much more lively today. People constantly clinked glasses, and from time to time, people from other tables came over to toast. Naturally, Yi Fan couldn't refuse. He repeatedly clinked glasses with others, and even drank a glass with those who came over from Wang Ziwen's table. Lu Yunji was very calm. Although he had been very embarrassed yesterday, today he was like an ancient well without a ripple. There was no unusual expression on his face, as if nothing had happened. Everyone, last night I received a call from across the ocean. The speaker was Zhou Yi, a very refined young man. It was rumored that his family background was deep. This was no longer a secret among his classmates. Yesterday, Wang Ziwen had specially waited outside Bright Moon City on the sea to welcome him. Everyone stopped and looked at Zhou Yi. Whether it was in school or now, he had always been very easygoing and had never made people feel that he was arrogant. Zhou Yi said a piece of news. 3 of his classmates who were studying on the other side of the ocean had already set off to return home. This immediately caused a heated discussion among the students present. After graduation, we will be far apart from each other. Everyone has their own paths in life. It's not easy to be able to gather together. When we meet again, perhaps we will all be parents. Who knows how many years will have passed by then? 3 of my classmates who are studying abroad are returning home. I have a suggestion to slightly extend this gathering. Yi Fan drove home and brewed a cup of light green tea. He quietly looked at the sycamore tree outside the window and thought of some past events. The people he had missed, the footsteps that left, and the gradually fading road, were like the sycamore leaves gently falling in front of him. Li Xiaoman. This name had faded from Yi Fan's memory for a long time. When Li Xiaoman graduated from university, she went to study on the other side of the ocean. In the first few months, the two were still very close, but as time went on, the emails and phone calls between them gradually decreased, and eventually they completely broke off contact. Rather than saying that they looked at each other across the ocean, it was better to say that they had forgotten each other across the ocean. A relationship that was not looked upon favorably by his friends came to an end as expected. Today, he learned from Zhou Yi that Li Xiaoman was about to return home. When Yi Fan first heard the name, it was a little unfamiliar. Looking back, it had already been more than 2 years. The time of the gathering was extended for a tour of Mount Tai. All expenses were paid by Wang Ziwen, Zhou Yi, and the others. For ordinary people, this might be a hefty expense, but for them, it was nothing. 3 days later, Yi Fan once again saw that familiar figure at the foot of Mount Tai. 3 years had passed, and Li Xiaoman was still graceful and did not change much. She was 170 centimeters tall and wore a pair of sunglasses. Her long black hair fluttered in the wind, and she stood there slender and elegant. She was dressed simply and casually. She wore a pair of shorts that reached above her knees. Her beautiful legs were fair and slender, and she wore a t-shirt with a cartoon printed on it. Li Xiaoman was undoubtedly very beautiful. Her skin was white and delicate, and her eyes were large with long eyelashes. She looked very lively. She was not ostentatious, but she was very confident. She calmly talked with the students around her. She had obviously become the center of attention, but she also gave people a sense of familiarity. Beside Li Xiaoman was a tall young man. According to the introduction, he was her classmate from America. Compared to the soft and smooth faces of Asians, he had a typical Western face. It was very three-dimensional, with a high nose bridge, slightly sunken blue eyes, and slightly curly blonde hair. He was very handsome in the eyes of Westerners. Hello, I'm Cade. I've been longing for Mount Tai. I can finally see it. Although the American young man named Cade was not very fluent, he was able to express himself clearly. In front of him, the other 2 students who had returned from studying abroad had long been surrounded by enthusiastic people and were being asked about their lives and studies on the other side of the ocean. After 3 years, Yi Fan saw Li Xiaoman again. It felt like time had changed and time had passed. Both of them were calm and greeted each other politely. There was no joy after a long separation. There was only calmness, and even a hint of indifference. They did not say much and gently brushed past each other. Some things did not need to be said. Silence was a kind of result. Chapter 6. In the space where silence and darkness coexisted, 9 gigantic dragon corpses lay in disarray. The bronze coffin was simple and unadorned, yet grand, as if it had existed with the universe since the beginning of time. Several days had passed, but the mysterious signal from the bronze pattern was still undeciphered. There was no reliable way to salvage it and bring it to the surface. It moved. Deviated from the orbit, sinking. At this moment, the pupils of a few elite astronauts in the International Space Station rapidly contracted. The coffin pulled by the 9 dragons had deviated from its orbit and was slowly descending. Mount Tai was lofty, heavy, and majestic. It was revered as the head of the 5 great mountains and was known as the #1 mountain in the world. Since ancient times, Mount Tai had been a sacred symbol. It was located in the easternmost part of the Central Plains, surrounded by the Yellow River and the Wen River. In ancient times, it was regarded as the place where the sun was born and all living things grew. No mountain is greater than it, and history is greater than it. Mount Tai was majestic and had a rich history that could be traced back to the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. It was a place close to the gods. The heavens are too high to reach. Setting up a ceremony on Mount Tai to offer sacrifices to the gods. The first emperor of Qin, who swept across the world, and the Emperor Wu of Han, who was a man of great talent and bold vision, had both held an unprecedented ceremony on Mount Tai. And before that, in ancient times, there were 72 emperors worshipping on Mount Tai. The ancient book of the pre-Qin dynasty, Guanzi, recorded, in the past, the Huai clan consecrated Mount Tai, Zhen Yunyun, Fuxi consecrated Mount Tai, Zhen Yunyun, Shennong consecrated Mount Tai, Zhen Yunyun, Yellow Emperor consecrated Mount Tai, Zhen Yunyun, Yao consecrated Mount Tai, Zhen Yunyun, Yu consecrated Mount Tai. During the primordial times, numerous saint emperors and ancient emperors had chosen to perform their rituals here without exception, causing Mount Tai to be enveloped in layers of mist and emanate a boundlessly mysterious aura. During the spring and autumn period, Sage Kong had once traveled to Mount Tai in search of the remains of the ancient Great Ceremony of Ascension, but regrettably, he did not find anything. When his disciples asked him about it, he could not answer. Later generations had made some discoveries. In the 20th year of the Republic of China, General Ma Hongkue led his troops and was stationed at the foot of Mount Tai. By chance, he discovered a 5-colored earthen altar with 2 sets of jade scrolls inside. The scrolls were sealed with stone clay and golden rope and hidden underground. In the pre-Qin and ancient times, it was still a mystery to this day as to why all the ancient emperors consecrated here. Perhaps it would never be solved. Yi Fan and the others rested in the hotel for a night. The next day, they began to climb Mount Tai. It was the first time for many people in the group to climb Mount Tai. Only when they were here could they feel the magnificence and majesty of the mountain. The mountain was divided into 3 layers of terraced geological structures. It was like a stairway to heaven, facing south. The entire mountain was open, and a 10-kilometer-long path to heaven led to the vast mountain, extending to the peak. Be it from afar or up close, one could feel the majestic aura that stirred one's heart. In front of the majestic Mount Tai, one would have a strange illusion that one was as small as an ant. Even the sun, moon, and stars in the sky seemed insignificant. This was a shocking feeling that made one's soul tremble. When the tour guide talked about various things in ancient times, it made people's imagination run wild. Humans were always full of yearning for the unknown and mysterious. Li Xiaoman and Cade walked side by side, constantly translating and explaining to him. This made the American youth more and more curious about Mount Tai, and he kept asking questions. Lu Yunji looked at Yi Fan playfully, then looked at the 2 people in front of him. However, his obvious intentions seemed to be ignored by Yi Fan, who did not say anything at all. This made him very disappointed. In fact, Yi Fan did not notice him at all. He was naturally very calm. Yi Fan had already finished reading the inner canon of the Yellow Emperor. When he thought about how the ancient sages all worshipped here, he suddenly had an absurd thought. Could it be that there really was a lost ancient civilization? If so, Mount Tai was undoubtedly a holy land during that period. However, he immediately shook his head. He felt that he had been too bored recently to have such an absurd thought. Mount Tai was lush with ancient pines and had many flowing springs and waterfalls. There was no lack of spirituality in its majesty. Coupled with the misty clouds, it naturally added a bit of mystery and profoundness. As they climbed up, there were countless places of interest and historical interest along the way. The cliff steels were breathtaking. From the sacrificial ground, past the Dai Temple, to the heaven-sealing Jade Emperor Peak, it formed an axis that spanned 10 kilometers from the underworld to the human world to the heavens. In the evening, the crowd finally reached the peak of Mount Tai, the Jade Emperor Peak. Looking down at the tens of thousands of mountains below and the Yellow River in the distance, they immediately understood the true meaning of Confucius's, "Climb Mount Tai and look down on the world. When you reach the peak, you will look down on all the mountains." The sage of poetry had also left such a masterpiece. At this moment, the sun was setting in the west. The peaks of the clouds were inlaid with a layer of dazzling gold, sparkling with the brilliance of rare treasures. Such a beautiful scene could not help but be intoxicated. Suddenly, a few black spots appeared in the sky. They gradually grew larger, and the sound of wind and thunder could be heard. 9 huge objects descended from the sky like 9 long black rivers. At this moment, everyone on Mount Tai was so shocked that their expressions froze. They looked at each other in astonishment. They were actually 9 huge dragon corpses pulling an ancient bronze coffin towards the peak of Mount Tai. Dragons, a legendary existence, stood side by side with the gods and were above the laws of nature. However, with the development of science, who would still believe that dragons really existed? The tourists on the mountain were so shocked that they held their breath and even forgot to shout. After a short silence, Mount Tai boiled. Everyone fled in panic, rushing in all directions to avoid the huge dragon corpses that were approaching. This was a shocking scene. Under the blood-red sunset, 9 dragons pulling a coffin descended to Mount Tai. Terrified screams and helpless cries rang out as everyone fled. The 9 dragons pulling the coffin did not fall very quickly, but when it landed, it still heavily shook the peak of Mount Tai. Boom! The 9 huge objects fell like 9 mountain ridges, shaking the Jade Emperor Peak until a large crack appeared. Soil and stones flew everywhere, and dust and sand filled the air. The ancient bronze coffin also smashed onto the peak of Mount Tai with a clang sound. The mountain shook as if there was an earthquake. Many mountain rocks rolled down from the mountain, making a rumbling sound as if thousands of horses and soldiers were galloping. Many people were affected. They were badly mutilated by the mountain rocks and fell down the mountain. Cries of fear rang out everywhere. The shaking stopped, and the mountain quickly calmed down. However, Mount Tai was already in chaos. Many people fell down while fleeing. This was an extremely chaotic scene. Many people were bleeding from their heads as they ran down the mountain in fear. 9 huge dragon corpses that were over 100 meters long. Most of their bodies were quietly lying on the mountain peak, while the other half of their bodies were hanging down the cliff. They were like a black steel wall, full of a shocking sense of power and extremely impactful to the eyes. The Jade Emperor Peak of Mount Tai was shattered, and there were many terrifying cracks on the ground. The 20-meter-long bronze coffin was simple and unadorned. There were some vague ancient patterns on it, full of the vicissitudes of time. There was a mysterious aura circulating around it. Chapter 7. Everything had happened too suddenly. Everything in front of them was beyond everyone's imagination. Everyone could not believe it. However, the 9 dragon corpses and the bronze coffin were right in front of them. The iron-like truth was right in front of them. All of this went against common sense and subverted everyone's understanding. Everyone's thoughts were strongly impacted. During the chaos just now, Yi Fan's group did not flee. Everyone gathered together until Jade Emperor Peak calmed down. Although everyone had fallen to the ground, there were no major casualties. Only a few people had bruised arms. At this moment, shock was written all over their faces. The incredible scene in front of them was something they would never forget for the rest of their lives. 9 huge dragon corpses laid quietly in front of them. That huge bronze coffin was truly a visual shock. All of this was too shocking and mysterious. Everyone was speechless. Their hearts were in turmoil. Their faces were filled with shock, panic, fear, and other emotions. It was difficult for them to calm down. After a long time, Lin Jia said in a low voice, "Let's hurry down the mountain." Everyone nodded. They felt that they should leave this place immediately. No one was willing to stay a moment longer. The atmosphere on Jade Emperor Peak was chilling. Why were there 9 dragon corpses pulling the bronze coffin here? Why did they land on Mount Tai? Even though the truth was right in front of them, it was still difficult for them to accept. They felt extremely uneasy. Under the bloody sunset, Jade Emperor Peak was a scene of devastation. The area around the bronze coffin was the most severely damaged. A huge pit had been smashed there. The cracks around it were a meter or 2 wide, spreading in all directions like a spider web. One of the cracks was like a wriggling centipede, extending to the feet of Yifan's group. Fortunately, the end of the crack was less than the width of a palm, so it did not create a pit. Just as everyone was about to leave, Li Xiaoman pointed ahead and said, "What is that?" Half of a jade slip was exposed under the cracked ground, reflecting light under the setting sun. Although everyone was a little afraid, they still took a few steps forward. They saw a corner of a round altar under the 1-meter-wide crack. The broken half of the jade slip was displayed on it, shaped like a jade book. How can this be? Is there something buried down there? The round altar was not large. It was simple and unadorned. It was made of strange soil of 5 different colors. It was filled with the aura of time. It was unknown how long it had existed. "Look, there's more ahead." Wang Ziwen, who was standing at the front, revealed a shocked expression as he pointed at the wider crack ahead. Under the 2-meter-wide crack, there was also a 5-colored earthen altar. The round altar had already been shattered, and a jade plate sealed inside was revealed. There were many complicated characters and symbols carved on it, but no one could recognize them. At this moment, everyone revealed shocked expressions. In that instant, they thought of the 2 words, pilgrimage. It was extremely likely that this was an altar used to offer sacrifices to the heavens in ancient times. The jade booklet was sealed within the 5-colored round altar. This was similar to the description in Ban Gu's White Tiger Tome, during the Eastern Han Dynasty. It was recorded, sometimes it is said to be sealed with gold mud and silver ropes, sometimes it is said to be made of stone mud and gold ropes, the seal of the seal. Sima Qian's records of the Grand Historian of the Western Han Dynasty also had a record of soaring heroes, golden mud and stone. In just a moment, everyone was shocked to discover that there were such 5-colored altars under the large cracks around them. There were actually quite a few of them, and there were actually dozens of them. Every 5-colored earthen altar was very simple and unadorned. They were engraved with the marks of time, and one could tell at a glance that they had existed for countless years. The 5-colored earthen altars were either sealed with jade plates or sealed with stone plates, and on them were engraved ancient symbols that were difficult to recognize. Everyone was deeply shocked. They vaguely felt that there might be some connection between the dragon corpses and the bronze coffin. Yifan liked to read strange ancient books, so he knew much more about the pilgrimage ceremony than the others. His heart was incomparably shaken. Could it be that the 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors, and 72 kings had really carried out the pilgrimage ceremony here in ancient times? Perhaps the legend was true. Otherwise, how could there be so many 5-colored round altars? Judging from the characters on them, most of them were oracle bone script, which seemed to confirm this conjecture. Everyone should have immediately retreated, but they were unwittingly attracted. They had already circled around the bronze coffin. They were frightened by the 9 enormous dragon corpses, shocked by the 20-meter-long ancient bronze coffin, and shocked by the 5-colored altars underground. There doesn't seem to be any danger, but these dragon corpses, after circling around for a long time, the fear in their hearts gradually decreased, but they still felt a little uneasy. They decided to descend the mountain as soon as possible. "Look, there is a giant sacrificial altar in the center of the huge pit." The ancient bronze coffin smashed a huge pit in the ground. Everyone had already turned to the other side of the huge bronze coffin, and when they looked down, they once again revealed a shocked expression. There was a super sacrificial altar in the deep pit. It wasn't made of mud, but completely made of 5-colored boulders. It steadily supported the 20-meter-long ancient bronze coffin without the slightest crack. This super-large 5-colored stone altar was clearly different from the other earthen altars. It was located in the center of the Jade Emperor Peak, and it was majestic and far larger than the other earthen altars. The impact of the bronze coffin that fell from the sky was enormous, but it unexpectedly didn't crack it in the slightest, nor was there any damage. It was hard to imagine what kind of strange stones it was piled up. On this super-large 5-colored altar, other than the ancient bronze coffin, there were many jade pieces and stone slabs piled up, all of them filled with an ancient aura. Whether it was the jade pieces or the stone slabs, they were all engraved with extremely mystical ancient characters. They were even more primitive than the oracle bone inscriptions seen on the earthen altars. Those were mysterious symbols that were almost like drawings from the heavens. On the super-large 5-colored stone altar, there was a large row of such jade pieces and stone slabs neatly piled up. They weren't destroyed by the bronze coffin, which was surprising. "Let's leave this place quickly." Yi Fan and Zhou Yi spoke at the same time, urging everyone to leave. Everyone nodded. This place really wasn't suitable for them to stay for long. Even if there were endless secrets, it wasn't something they could explore right now. The 9 huge dragon corpses at the side made them feel uneasy, and the huge bronze coffin made them even more anxious. Just as everyone was about to turn and leave, a female student let out a scream. A large boulder under her feet rolled into the huge pit. She couldn't stand steadily and fell down. "Be careful." A male student quickly grabbed her, and a few other students beside him also quickly helped pull her up. The boulder that was stepped on made a rumbling sound and rolled into the huge pit. Then, with a bang, it heavily hit the 5-colored altar. The super-large stone altar immediately emitted a 5-colored halo. Everyone felt a huge force enveloping their bodies. Their legs felt as if they were tied with lead, unable to move a single step. Bang! The 5-colored stone altar shook continuously, causing the Jade Emperor Peak to shake along with it. Everyone standing at the edge of the huge pit suddenly felt the world spin, but they couldn't move a single step. All of them were shaken and rolled into the huge pit. A group of people fell onto the 5-colored stone altar. Everyone was filled with fear. Chapter 8. Everyone fell onto the multicolored altar, knocking over a pile of ancient books carved from jade and stone slabs. With a loud crash, the altar was in a mess. The ancient bronze coffin was lying on the side. There were many greenish copper rust stains on it, but they couldn't cover the vague bronze engravings. They seemed to be ancient deities, and they all had tear stains on them. They were so close to each other that they could touch them with just a stretch of their hand. This made everyone feel fear, and a chill ran down their spines. This multicolored altar, which had existed for countless years, was built by the ancient people to offer sacrifices to the heavens. Could it be that those ancient sovereigns could really summon something? At this moment, everyone suddenly felt a desolate and ancient aura circulating around, causing their emotions to surge. At this moment, the 9 dragon corpses and the bronze coffin were lying in front of them. Could it be that they were really summoned by the multicolored altar? According to legend, long before the Qin Emperor Han Wu, the ancient 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors, and 72 kings had held a great ceremony here. What did they summon? The multicolored brilliance flickered, and the jade and stone slabs on the multicolored altar suddenly became translucent. The ancient characters engraved on them all flickered and emitted a gentle light. Kacha, kacha. The sound of shattering rang out. The piles of jade and stone slabs suddenly cracked, and then rays of light rushed out. The ancient characters engraved on them seemed to have a life of their own as they all rushed out and floated in the air. Chi, chi, chi. More and more ancient characters shone brightly and floated in the air. Soon after, those jade blocks and stone slabs turned into ashes in a gust of wind. All the ancient characters engraved on the jade blocks and stone slabs were freed from their shackles. Above the ancient bronze coffin, around the huge pit, there were thousands of ancient characters shining. They seemed to be completely cast from molten iron, and they had the luster and texture of metal. Kacha, kacha. The sound of shattering rang out again. The nearby small multicolored altars also flashed with ancient characters and floated in the air. There seemed to be stars flickering around the bronze coffin, looking even more mysterious under the blood-red sunset. There were a few other people on Jade Emperor Peak who had not fled down the mountain during the chaos not long ago. But at this moment, seeing Yi Fan and the others fall into the huge pit and seeing such a strange scene, all of them were terrified and rushed down the mountain. Amidst the chaos, some people fell down. Cries of pain and cries for help rang out continuously. At the same time, the glowing ancient characters in the sky gathered together, gradually forming a huge 8 trigram. A mysterious power vibrated out. This was a shocking scene. Those ancient characters and symbols possessed incredible power. After they condensed together, they manifested into a huge 8 trigrams, shrouding the bronze ancient coffin and the 9 dragon corpses. It had the density and texture of metal, as if it was forged from refined gold essence. "I want to leave this place," someone in the pit cried. "My body can't move." Everyone found it hard to move. Fear grew in their hearts, but they couldn't change anything. That is, at this moment, a Tai Chi diagram appeared in the center of the 8 trigrams in the air, with 2 yin and yang fishes hugging each other. Even in this modern era of science and technology, the profound meaning of the ancient Tai Chi diagram still hadn't been deciphered. Someone had once calculated the orbital speed of the stars based on the corresponding relationship between the stars and the 8 trigrams using astronomical parameters. And the founder of the modern computer binary system was also deeply inspired after studying the Tai Chi diagram and succeeding in one fell swoop. The ancient Tai Chi diagram was still a fascinating mystery to people today. How was it created, what was its use, and what was the purpose of creating it? So far, there were only legends and inaccurate conjectures, but no conclusive evidence. At this moment, Yi Fan and the others saw a major unknown function of the Tai Chi diagram. It was actually related to space and time. Around the huge Tai Chi diagram, space was distorted and light was misty. The corresponding 8 trigram symbols of Qian, Kuan, Sun, Dui, Zhen, Zhen, Li, and Qin emitted light one after another, like a group of mysterious and ancient codes shining. The 2 yin and yang fishes in the Tai Chi diagram were like 2 strange doors. They constantly trembled and slowly opened a gap, as if they were connected to the distant and unknown starry sky. The brilliance continued to shine, and the 8 symbols of the 8 trigrams flickered. Finally, after changing in a complicated order many times, they all lit up at the same time, emitting a dazzling light. Boom! With a dull vibration, the 2 yin and yang fishes in the center of the Tai Chi diagram slowly opened. During this process, starlight flashed from time to time, and even an ancient starry sky path could be seen. Finally, the yin and yang fishes completely opened like a door, revealing a mysterious and huge passage. It was unknown where it led to, but it was pitch black inside. At the same time, on the peak of Mount Tai, the 9 huge dragon corpses actually trembled, and at this time, the copper coffin also emitted a loud, clang sound, shaking violently. Yi Fan and the others were very close to the copper coffin. Many people were so shocked that they shouted, and many female students even cried. What should we do? Help! In this kind of situation, everyone felt very helpless, and many female students cried loudly. At the same time, some strong-willed people were bewildered as they stared at the huge ancient bronze coffin. The coffin lid actually deviated from its position in the shaking, revealing a large gap in the ancient coffin, and a strange aura spread out. Clang! The copper coffin shook again, and the coffin lid almost fell off. An inexplicable invisible force pulled everyone. In the next moment, everyone felt the world spin, and then everything went black. Everyone had entered the copper coffin. Ah, help! Some people were on the verge of breaking down, crying out in fear. Bang! The 9 huge dragon corpses hanging on the cliff were shaking. At the same time, the lid of the ancient bronze coffin made a loud sound, and then completely returned to its original position. Then, the 9 dragon corpses that were like mountains soared into the sky. Although they still did not show any signs of life, they pulled the bronze coffin and slowly entered the dark and mysterious passage constructed by the 8 trigrams of Taiji. Boom! The entire Mount Tai shook violently, as if the sky was about to collapse. On the Jade Emperor Peak, a 5-colored divine light shot into the sky, connecting the heaven and the earth. Then, the moment the blood-red sunset disappeared, the peak of Mount Tai also dimmed in an instant. The huge Tai Chi diagram in the sky completely closed and slowly disappeared. The 9 dragons pulling the coffin disappeared without a trace. All the jade pieces and stone slabs on the 5-colored altar were turned into ashes. A gentle breeze blew, and the ashes were scattered with the wind. Everything that happened under the blood-red sunset was destined to cause an uproar that would spread to every corner of the world. Mount Tai would inevitably become the focus of the world, but all of this had nothing to do with Yi Fan and the others. The inside of the ancient bronze coffin was pitch black, and an icy chill permeated the air. Some female students were on the verge of breaking down. Their hearts were filled with helplessness and fear, but they did not dare to cry out loud. They all suppressed their emotions and voices, and quietly whimpered. What should we do? Who can save us? Are we really inside the bronze coffin? Why is it like this? Is there any way to get out? People were constantly dialing with their phones, but they could not get through. They could not contact the outside world, and this was even more frightening. Everyone, don't be afraid. Although we can't contact the outside world for now, such a shocking event has happened on Mount Tai. The outside world will be the first to know about it. I believe that the rescue team will arrive soon. Zhou Yi appeared very calm. His words made everyone feel a little more at ease. Zhou Yi is right. Everyone, don't panic. We must remain calm. I believe that we will be safe. Wang Ziwen's voice was also very calm, and his words calmed everyone's emotions. That's right. Everyone, don't panic. It has already happened. No matter how much we fear, it is useless. The most important thing is to find a way to escape. Although Lin Jia was a woman, she was very calm at this moment. She did not panic. Yi Fan did not say anything. He sat there quietly. The dark and mysterious passage constructed by the Tai Chi diagram appeared in front of him from time to time. At this moment, was he still on the Jade Emperor Peak? He had a bad feeling about this. With the help of the weak light from the cell phone, he could see many terrified faces. Many of them were pale, and some were even trembling. Li Xiaoman was not far away. She sat there hugging her knees. Although her face was a little pale, she appeared very calm. Next to her was the American youth named Cade. The two of them were talking in low voices in English. Lu Yunji's hands were clenched so tightly that his knuckles had turned white. He was obviously very nervous, but he did not show any signs of fear. In fact, everyone present was very uneasy. After all, they were inside an ancient bronze coffin. Has everyone fallen into the bronze coffin? Let's confirm the number of people present. 1, 2, 3, 28, 29, 30. When they reached the 30th person, the student in charge of counting the number of people said in a trembling voice, "How could there be 30 people?" There were a total of 33 students in the class. At the beginning of the gathering, 3 people were studying abroad and could not participate. The other 5 could not make it because of some special reasons. But this time, when they came to Mount Tai, the 3 students had already returned, but the other 5 students still could not make it. A total of 28 people had arrived at Mount Tai. If Li Xiaoman's American classmate, Cade, was included, there should be 29 people. At this moment, how could there be 30 people? In this cold and dark ancient coffin, at this moment, everyone felt their hair stand on end. Chills ran down their spines. Chapter 9. How could there be another person? Who is it? The person who asked the question had a trembling voice. All the cell phone screens lit up. Everyone looked at the people around them in fear, afraid that a strange face would appear in front of them. Those who were familiar with each other tried their best to gather together, looking around in fear. At this moment, everyone finally confirmed that there was indeed an extra person, leaning against the corner not far away. Who are you? Are you a human or a ghost? Being in the mysterious bronze coffin, anything could happen. Everyone felt extremely uneasy. Heavy coughing came from the dark corner. The black figure moved his body, and then said in a low and hoarse voice, "Ghost, ghost." The hoarse voice echoed in the bronze coffin. At this moment, everyone felt a chill from head to toe. Their hair stood on end, and an eerie chill filled the air. Everyone felt like they had fallen into an ice cellar. Many of them were terrified. Some of the female students even let out ear-piercing screams and cried loudly, almost paralyzed on the ground. Ghost, place. The voice was slightly weak. It could be felt that the black figure was very tired. He swayed his body, trying to stand up. What a ghost place. Are we in the bronze coffin? The black figure in the corner slowly stood up, asking this slightly confused question. His voice gradually became stronger. Seeing the tall black figure stand up, many people involuntarily retreated. The black figure moved over while continuing to speak. It's me, Pang Bo, stop, don't come over. Everyone raised their cell phones, using the weak light to look forward. Yifan separated the crowd, slowly walked forward, and said, Are you really Pang Bo? You can't even recognize my voice? In the darkness, the cell phone screen lit up, and a familiar figure holding a cell phone appeared in front of them. He had thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a strong body. Pang Bo was Yifan's best friend in university. Due to some personal matters, he could not come to the gathering. Now that he suddenly appeared, everyone was suspicious. I don't believe it. Pang Bo did not come to the gathering at all. Who are you? Someone behind said with a trembling voice. A person who should not be here was standing in the bronze coffin. This made many people's scalps tingle. Of course I'm Pang Bo. Do any of you have water? I'm dying of thirst. The black shadow continued to walk forward. Stop right there. Everyone was still in disbelief. Pang Bo had no choice but to stop. In order to prove his identity, he tried his best to explain, talking about many things from his university days. I believe he is Pang Bo, Yifan said in a determined tone. He then strode to Pang Bo's side. The two of them had not seen each other for a long time. Even under such circumstances, they hugged each other tightly. At first, due to some matters at home, I couldn't attend the gathering in time. Later, I heard that everyone was coming to Mount Tai. After I finished dealing with my family affairs, I naturally came here. Pang Bo took the mineral water bottle that Yifan handed to him and drank a few mouthfuls of it. Only then did he tell the story of how he entered the copper coffin. When he arrived, everyone had already gone up the mountain. He took the cable car along the ropeway. Generally speaking, he was still considered lucky. Before the 9 dragon corpses and the bronze coffin hit Mount Tai, he happened to arrive at the Jade Emperor Peak safely from the ropeway. He did not flee down the mountain with the crowd. Instead, he tightly hugged a large tree and waited until Mount Tai calmed down. He was not injured. Then, he saw from afar the scene of Yifan and the others falling into the giant pit. When he ran over, he saw ancient characters flashing in the air. He was fixed outside the giant pit, unable to move a single step. Until the bronze coffin shook and the lid deviated from its position. He followed the crowd and was sucked into the coffin. Perhaps it was because he was outside the rainbow altar, but when Pang Bo fell into the bronze coffin, he immediately fainted. It was only now that everyone gradually dispelled their doubts. Their taut heartstrings finally relaxed. We have to find a way to save ourselves. Being in this bronze coffin makes me feel uneasy. I have a bad feeling. Li Xiaoman's face was a little pale. Her beautiful eyes stared at the pitch-black depths of the bronze coffin. Compared to the other female students, she and Lin Jia were both very calm. Hearing this, many people felt a chill run down their spine. Everyone, stay together. Don't separate, Zhou Yi suggested. Everyone huddled together and used the weak light from their cell phones to observe their surroundings. They stuck close to the side of the bronze coffin. They could see blurry bronze carvings. There was a ferocious nine-headed divine bird spreading its wings and flying high. There was also a huge beast with stiff bristles all over its body roaring at the sky. The bronze carvings were covered with green rust. Some of them were actually ancient beasts recorded in the classic of mountains and seas, such as Tao Tai, Cheong Chi, and Baihen. They were huge, and their faces were ferocious. They were lifelike and intimidating. After walking along the inner wall of the bronze coffin for a while, the crowd also found many carvings of people. They seemed to be ancient people and some ancient gods. Then, the crowd found a large number of strange carvings. They were densely packed and dotted like stars. It looked like a star chart. The bronze coffin was 20 meters long and 8 meters wide. The carvings that the crowd saw were just a corner of it. They did not continue to observe. At this time, they sensed that there seemed to be something else in the depths of the bronze coffin. All the cell phones were raised together. The crowd gathered their courage and took a few steps forward. They could vaguely see the center of the bronze coffin. There was a blurry rectangular object in the darkness. It was obvious that it was not a corpse, nor did it look like a living thing. This made the crowd feel a little relieved. They continued to take a few steps forward. There's a coffin inside a coffin. It's actually another bronze coffin. After seeing the object in front of them clearly, many people gasped. In the centermost position was another bronze coffin. It was less than 4 meters long and less than 2 meters wide. It was simple and dull. There were ancient carvings on it. It was covered in green bronze. It was engraved with the wind and frost of time. It sent chills down people's spines. It's not a coffin inside a coffin. This is the real coffin. It's a tool to hold a corpse. The bronze coffin outside is called the outer coffin. It's a casket. When the two are put together, it's called a coffin. Pang Bo explained to the few people who did not understand the meaning of a coffin. Hearing that the coffin inside the coffin in front of them was the real tool to hold a corpse, many people immediately stepped back. They were extremely afraid. What kind of person was buried in such a mysterious ancient bronze coffin? Everyone's hearts were filled with bewilderment and fear. Compared to the bronze coffin in front of them, the secrets of archaeology and the ancient tombs of the imperial mausoleum were not worth mentioning. They were nothing. Who had ever seen a bronze coffin that was 20 meters long? Who had ever seen a mysterious coffin that fell from the sky? Who had ever seen 9 dragon corpses pulling a coffin? It made people wonder whether the corpse buried inside was the corpse of a person. It was simply impossible to imagine what was buried in the coffin. Chapter 10. The interior of the bronze coffin gradually quieted down. No one spoke anymore. Everyone was filled with fear as they stared at the coffin containing the corpses. Everyone was very nervous. The bronze coffin was mottled with green rust. What kind of person was inside? All of this should be related to the 5-colored altar on Mount Tai. After a long time, everyone began to discuss in low voices. They wanted to know why all of this had happened. It should be related to the 5-colored altar. It was the one that brought the 9 dragon corpses and the bronze coffin here. Everything they had seen was too unimaginable. It had seriously impacted everyone's cognition. The 5-colored altar was built by the ancient people and could be said to be endlessly mysterious. Yi Fan thought of many things. How many unknown secrets were hidden in the history? Since nothing dangerous had happened, everyone gradually calmed down and began to seriously speculate about what had happened. Maybe the 9 dragons pulling the coffin was called here by the ancient people. As soon as this was said, someone immediately retorted, the ancient people have been dead for who knows how many years. What I mean is, the 9 dragons pulling the coffin was late and only appeared now. This is a response to the ancient people. When a female student said this, everyone was startled. The call from the ancient people, the late 9 dragons and the coffin, a response that spanned thousands of years. This was a bit unbelievable. What is the truth? We have no way of knowing. Everything is just speculation. There are many possibilities. Yes, maybe the 9 dragons pulling the coffin has nothing to do with the ancient people and returned on their own. Do you see those bronze engravings? There are ancient ancestors, primordial deities, and many of the engravings have tear stains on them. It makes one feel desolate and sorrowful, as if they are telling a story from long ago. Maybe it's true. The 9 dragons pulling the coffin broke through the natural barrier and returned to their homeland. It's a bloody past. Could it be that the ancient people really had some unknown method to explore an unknown and distant place? The 9 dragons pulling the coffin, returning to their homeland, returning to life, returning the bones, and returning the corpses. In the midst of the discussion, everyone's fear lessened and they began to speculate about all kinds of possibilities. However, they were still full of reverence for the bronze coffin in the center. No one touched it, let alone opened it. I think the rescuers should have reached Mount Tai by now. Maybe they are not far away. Hopefully, nothing unexpected will happen and will be rescued as soon as possible. No one had a way to escape from the ancient coffin. The bronze coffin was 8 to 9 meters tall, and it was sealed shut. There was no way to escape. Just as everyone was hoping to get out of danger as soon as possible, the bronze coffin suddenly trembled violently. Everyone lost their balance and swayed. Many people directly fell to the ground. What's wrong? What happened? Everyone was bewildered. Some of the female students even started to cry, tightly grabbing onto the people around them. Have the rescuers arrived? Are they here to rescue us? Amidst the worry and fear, the copper coffin began to shake even more fiercely. No one could stand still, and almost everyone fell to the ground, making intimate contact with the cold bronze coffin. Bang! There was another violent tremor, as if a plane was passing through the cold clouds at high altitudes, forming a thick layer of ice armor, constantly shaking. Boom! The final violent tremor was like a clap of thunder, as if it wanted to shatter all tangible matter. One could clearly feel that a great collision had occurred with the bronze coffin. However, it was also at this moment that the bronze carvings inside the pitch-black bronze coffin began to emit a faint light, instantly counteracting the unimaginable impact. Everyone was bewildered. Just now, they clearly felt that the sky and earth were about to be turned upside down, but in the blink of an eye, everything had calmed down. It gave them a strange illusion. No, there was indeed a terrifying impact just now. Why did it suddenly stop? It was not an illusion. The bronze coffin did indeed have an intense collision and flipped over a few times. However, we were not affected. At this moment, everyone was shocked to find that the bronze coffin was hanging on the side wall of the coffin. It was firmly fixed there, and did not fall down. The bronze coffin has already flipped over. The small coffin holding the corpse must have been firmly cast at the bottom of the big coffin, and it would be difficult to move. Thus, after the coffin flipped over and tilted, it looked like it was hanging on the side wall. One could imagine how terrifying the impact just now was, but it was neutralized by the faint light emitted by the bronze carvings. It was inconceivable. Light, the light from outside. Li Xiaoman exclaimed. Everyone turned their heads and looked in the direction that Li Xiaoman was looking at. In front of them, there was indeed a faint light shining in. The bronze coffin flipped over, and the coffin lid tilted, opening a gap. We are finally out of danger. The bronze coffin lid deviated from its original position, and the gap was large enough for 2 people to walk out side by side. However, it was very dark outside, so the light that shone into the bronze coffin was not obvious. Everyone let out a cheer and rushed forward, wanting to escape this pitch-black and terrifying space. They did not want to stay for even a second longer. However, when everyone rushed out of the bronze coffin, they were all stunned like clay sculptures. The ground seemed to have been soaked in blood. It was reddish-brown, cold, and lonely. What entered their eyes was a vast and desolate expanse. There were a few large rocks scattered on the ground, and they looked like tombstones as far as the eye could see. The light in this world was dim, and it was dusky. It was like a lifeless dusk, and there was a faint black fog lingering around. Everyone was dumbstruck. This place could not be the peak of Mount Tai. The reddish-brown land that stretched as far as the eye could see was remote and deathly still. There was not a single sign of life. It was not a place that they knew of at all. They had never seen it before, and they had never heard of it. It was a completely strange and mysterious place. Where is this? Have we left Mount Tai? The voice of the person who spoke was trembling. The rescuers isolated us in a no-man's land. Are they afraid that the 9 dragon corpses will be in danger? The student who said these words could not even convince himself. Everyone had a bad premonition, as if something extremely bad was about to happen to them. At this moment, many people used their phones to call out at the same time, but it was impossible to get through. There was no signal at all. This is not Mount Tai. Where are we? Many people revealed a panicked expression. There was no joy after escaping, only fear. From being trapped in the bronze coffin to walking out again, only a quarter of an hour had passed. However, the scene in front of them had completely changed. The majestic Mount Tai that could overlook tens of thousands of mountains had disappeared. In front of them was a boundless desert covered with gravel. Yi Fan watched all of this quietly. The bad premonition had indeed come true. When he saw the 8 trigrams of Tai Chi condense on Mount Tai and form a dark and huge passage, he had a bad feeling. Although he did not see the 9 dragons pulling the coffin into the passage that led to an unknown area, there was no need to think too much at this moment. The scene in front of him was enough to explain everything. This was not Mount Tai, and it was not even on Earth for a long time. Chapter 11. Where are we? I want to go home. Some of the girls couldn't help but cry. Another 5-colored altar. Pang Bo and Yi Fan stood together. They looked at each other and then shook their heads. They were best friends in university and often met after graduation, so they understood each other very well. Now, both of them felt that the situation was not good. Everyone's situation was worrying, and it was full of unknowns and variables. At this time, the others also retracted their gazes from the vast desert, anxiously and frantically looking at the surrounding situation. The huge bronze coffin was overturned behind them, and under it was a grand 5-colored stone altar. It was very similar to the giant altar on Mount Tai, built with 5 different colored stones. The 5-colored stone altar covered a large area. It was easy to imagine that it must have been a huge project when it was built. However, after years of being attacked by sandstorms, the altar that should have stood tall above the ground was almost completely submerged. Now, it was level with the ground covered with reddish-brown sand. Today, the 9 dragons pulled the coffin and slammed heavily on the ground, shaking off the surrounding sand and revealing a rough outline of the altar. Not only was the huge bronze coffin lying on the altar, but the 9 huge dragon corpses were also on top of it. One could imagine the grandeur of the 5-colored stone altar. We are lost. We can't find our way back. A weak female student cried out. Her body swayed, and if it wasn't for someone supporting her, she would have already fallen to the ground. Many people's faces were pale. At this moment, everyone thought of all kinds of possibilities. The scene in front of them was very much like a strange world. No one was willing to accept this fact, but Mount Tai was gone. The empty desert was right in front of them, so they couldn't help but be silent. Don't panic, don't be afraid. There will be a solution. Yi Fan shouted. How? How do we go back? How do we get out of this strange world? Even some of the male students' voices were trembling, filled with intense fear and uneasiness. The unknown would fill some people with awe and fear, but at the same time, it would also give birth to the desire to explore. Yi Fan and Pang Bo avoided the 9 huge dragon corpses and walked forward, wanting to see the situation nearby. Li Xiaoman was not far away. She seemed to be a little cold as she crossed her arms. Her beautiful face was a little pale, but she still appeared very calm, like a beautiful lotus flower blooming in the dusk. When Yi Fan passed by, he took off his shirt and handed it to her, but she only thanked him and shook her head to reject it. Yi Fan didn't say much. He wasn't trying to salvage anything. He put on his coat and continued forward with Pang Bo. Bypassing the gigantic dragon corpse and the bronze coffin, they saw Li Xiaoman's American classmate, Cade, who was also observing the situation nearby, exclaiming, "God," from time to time. Not far from the rainbow stone altar, there was a huge rock lying there. It was more than 20 meters tall, but the slope was not very steep, so it could be climbed. Yi Fan was about 179 meters tall. Although he looked gentle and quiet, he was actually very strong. He was a key player in the school's football team and was often called a barbarian on the field. Pang Bo, as his name suggested, had a majestic aura, but he wasn't fat. He was really strong. He was a tall and sturdy man, and his arms were almost as thick as a normal person's leg. Both of them had excellent physiques. They ran quickly in front of the huge rock and didn't climb carefully at all. They directly rushed up. Standing on the huge rock and looking into the distance, they actually saw a faint light penetrating through the darkness, which made the two of them quite surprised. "We most likely can't go back." There was nothing that couldn't be said to his best friend. Yi Fan directly stated his speculation and judgment, saying, "This is definitely not the space-time we are in. This is indeed not the space-time we are in." Although Pang Bo was usually carefree, he never joked when it came to serious matters. He stared at the faint halo in the distance and frowned. "Do you think there really are gods in this world?" Yi Fan also stared at the faintly discernible light in the distance and said, "We even saw the dragon corpse. I think even if a living god appeared in front of us, I wouldn't be surprised." A living god appeared in front of us. What kind of scene would it be? Pang Bo whispered. A sound came from behind. Cade, who was 1.9 meters tall, had also climbed up the huge rock. When he saw the light in the distance, he immediately let out a cry of surprise. "Praise, the merciful God," saw the light. He said in not very fluent Chinese, then turned around and waved his hand behind him. He shouted at Li Xiaoman, who was in the crowd, "I saw the light." Then, he climbed down from the huge rock and rushed toward Li Xiaoman. Cade's shout immediately caused a commotion in the crowd, and many people ran over. Pang Bo looked at Li Xiaoman and Cade, who were standing together not far away, and said to Yi Fan, "Is that foreign devil Li Xiaoman's boyfriend?" "How would I know? Are you really giving up just like that?" Pang Bo glanced at him. "Some things, even if you can start all over again, it's very difficult to go back to the beginning. Even if it's the same path, you can walk it twice in life, but it won't feel the same anymore. That's all in the past. People have to move forward." Yi Fan shook his head. Then, as if he had thought of something, he smiled and said, "You're still the coolest guy, and your nightlife is so colorful. I despise you. How can my life be as rich as yours?" Pang Bo looked at Yi Fan, then looked at Li Xiaoman, who was not far away, and said, "Based on a man's intuition, I have a feeling that something will happen between the two of you. Don't ruin my reputation." Yi Fan smiled and said, "Do you have a sixth sense like a woman?" At this moment, perhaps only the two of them could still smile. Neither of them were pessimistic people, and no matter what, it was difficult for them to frown. Not long after, many people climbed up the huge rock and looked into the distance. A faint light like a firefly flashing, penetrated the dark space, and was reflected in everyone's eyes. Although the light source was not very bright, it seemed to have ignited everyone's hope. Many female students cheered. There was a faint light ahead. Although it was still full of unknowns, everyone wanted to move forward. Perhaps this was human nature, to fear the dark and yearn for the light. Don't let us down. I hope a miracle will happen. Everyone climbed down the rock and came to the five-colored altar to discuss countermeasures. Everything here is very unfamiliar to us. Even if there is light ahead, it's better to be careful. Wang Ziwen was more cautious and made such a suggestion. Zhou Yi had been very calm. Hearing this, he nodded and said, "That's right. Let's send a few people to scout the way. After all, that ball of light doesn't seem to be very far away. Just in case. Everyone expressed their agreement. No one could predict the unknown road ahead, and in an unfamiliar environment, it was better to be careful. Bang! Suddenly, a violent vibration was heard. The copper coffin on the 5-colored altar made a metallic sound. What happened? I feel like it's coming from inside the copper coffin, a female student closest to the copper coffin said with a pale face. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed. One should know that there was a small copper coffin inside the giant coffin. Chapter 12. Don't talk nonsense. The coffin was flipped over, but the lid wasn't stable. There must have been some movement just now, Lin Jia said calmly, trying to calm the crowd. The 9 enormous dragon corpses were all over 100 meters long. They were covered in dense scales and specks of black light flickered as they rested not far away. The bronze coffin was 20 meters long. It pressed down on the 5-colored altar, giving off a strong feeling of unease. I think we should all go and explore that ball of light in front of us. I also think we should all go together. Many people suggested this. It was obvious that they were afraid. Almost no one was willing to stay here any longer. In the end, everyone unanimously agreed to go and explore that ball of light together. This piece of land was made up of reddish-brown soil and sand. It was vast and empty, with only a few large rocks dotted here and there. When they walked past the boulder from which they had climbed, Lu Yunji exclaimed in surprise, "There are words on that boulder." Circling to the side of the boulder that was facing the light source, he could clearly see 2 huge ancient characters engraved on the boulder. Each ancient character was 5 to 6 meters tall, with iron hooks and silver strokes. They were bold and powerful, as if they were formed by 2 raging dragons. For example, the characters were much more complicated. They were probably carved a long time ago, and no one knew how long they had existed. The crowd gathered in front of the stone wall, staring at the 2 ancient characters. Many people frowned, unable to make out the meaning. This seems to be the Bell Cauldron script. The first character should be Ying. Zhou Yi recognized the first character. He frowned and muttered to himself, "Just what kind of place have we come to? It is indeed the Bell Cauldron script." The 2 characters are Ying. Yi Fan said casually after recognizing the 2 characters. He seemed calm, but the meaning of the 2 characters shook him to the core. Ying, how could it be Ying? He couldn't believe it and couldn't help but look up at the sky. Although it was very dark, there were not many stars. Ying, what does that mean? Is Ying a place? Many people were confused, unable to understand the meaning of the 2 characters. When Zhou Yi heard the words Ying, his heart trembled like Yi Fan's. His face paled as he said, "Ying's light, confusion. We really can't go back." "What do you mean? Where is this place?" Everyone was bewildered. When Wang Ziwen heard the word Mars, he understood what it meant. He explained to everyone, "I'm afraid this is no longer Earth. Mars is like fire, and it was called Mars in ancient times. It's an ominous sign. In ancient times, Mars was called Mars. Countless years ago, the ancients had already noticed that Mars was red in color, and its brightness changed frequently, glowing like fire. Moreover, it moved in the sky. Sometimes it moved from west to east, and sometimes it moved from east to west. The situation was very complicated and confusing. In ancient times, it was called fluorescence confusion. In ancient times, the emperors were superstitious and feared this star of calamity. They believed that it was an ominous omen. Every time it appeared, it would either mean the dismissal of the prime minister or the death of the emperor. Later generations did not believe in such superstitious legends. Oh my God. Beside Li Xiaoman, Cade tried his best to understand the Chinese meaning of the 2 words, Yinghua. He grabbed at the reddish-brown soil and knocked on the rocks, constantly observing the geology. He was so shocked that he cried out repeatedly. How is this possible? Many people were flabbergasted, unable to believe the reality before their eyes. The reddish-brown earth beneath our feet is Mars? We're no longer on Earth? Anyone who heard this result would be dumbfounded. It didn't make any sense at all. Half an hour ago, they were still at the summit of Mount Tai, and half an hour later, they were standing on Mars. This was simply a fantasy story. Lin Jia's figure was slender and enchanting. At this moment, her beautiful cheeks were somewhat pale. She glanced at the crowd with her phoenix eyes and said, "Right now, we can only see this stone carving. We can't confirm whether or not we're really on Mars. But it's said that the dry surface of Mars is covered in red soil and gravel. Isn't that what we're seeing now?" A female student said with a sobbing tone. Humans had already sent out space probes to explore Mars in the 1960s. In 1997, the Mars Pathfinder had successfully landed on the surface of Mars. After decades of exploration, humans were no longer ignorant about Mars. They had obtained a large amount of valuable information. Martian soil contains a large amount of iron oxide. Due to long-term exposure to ultraviolet radiation, the entire planet is like a rusted world. It's exactly the same as what we're seeing now. Could it be that we've really left Earth and are now standing on another planet? A male student clenched his fists so hard that his knuckles turned blue. If we're really standing on Mars, I don't think we can survive. There's not enough oxygen, and there's no suitable temperature. Li Xiaoman said. Although her face was pale, these words still gave many people a glimmer of hope. During this process, Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and the others remained calm. They were convinced that they were no longer on Earth. Could there be anything worse than this? No matter what happened next, it was nothing more than this. The crowd stood in front of the giant stone for a long time before finally leaving, continuing to move towards the faint light source in the distance. It didn't seem very far, but after walking for more than 500 meters, they still hadn't reached their destination. It seemed that they still had to walk a similar distance. Everyone's hearts were heavy. Very few people spoke, and the atmosphere was very gloomy. They were afraid that the last glimmer of hope would be extinguished. Bang! Pang Bo kicked a piece of gravel under his feet, bringing up a cloud of dust. At this moment, he revealed a look of surprise. He noticed that the stone that was kicked seemed to be a tile. It's really a tile. When he picked up the broken half of the tile, he immediately confirmed that it was a man-made tile. Immediately, a group of people gathered around to look at the broken tile. Many of them revealed excited expressions. Since there's a tile, there must be a building. There are people living on this land. It's not as simple as a 5-colored altar. We're saved. We can definitely get out of danger. The pessimism lessened, and joy increased. Everyone saw the hope of survival. At this moment, the sky had already darkened, and the sky was dotted with stars. Yi Fan looked up at the starry sky and saw a blurry disk hanging in the sky. It was half the size of the moon seen on Earth, which was enough to prove that this place wasn't Earth. And in another direction, there was a bright star the size of a fist. It was much brighter than the average star, but slightly dimmer than the smaller moon. It was too bright to be called a star, but it was too small and dim to be called a moon. Zhou Yi, Wang Ziwen, and Lu Yunji were standing nearby. They noticed Yi Fan's actions and couldn't help but look up. When they saw the 2 small moons hanging in the sky, their expressions changed. Chapter 13. This is. Although they were mentally prepared, their faces were still filled with disappointment. Influenced by these people, the others also looked up at the starry sky and soon discovered the fact that there were 2 moons hanging in the sky. How could this be? Many people could not help but scream. The last glimmer of hope of returning home had been shattered. They would never be able to see their loved ones again. Many female students burst into tears. Everyone had already understood that at this moment, they were really far away from Earth and could not return. Mars has 2 moons, equivalent to the moon that we see on Earth. Cade said to himself in broken Chinese, then quickly said a lot of things in English, conversing with Li Xiaoman. Over the past few decades, some space probes had sent back a lot of precious information about Mars to Earth. The 2 moons orbiting Mars were extremely small celestial bodies. Coupled with the influence of factors such as the height from the ground, if observed from Mars, Phobos would appear to be about half the size of the moon seen from Earth. Phobos too was smaller, but it was brighter than the other stars. It was a miniature moon. After hearing all this from those who knew about Mars, everyone was deeply disappointed. It seemed that there was no way home. Now, the most important task was to find a way to survive. They were already 600 meters away from the five-colored altar and much closer to the faint light source. It seemed that it was only 500 meters away. Everyone didn't delay any longer and continued forward. Under the night sky, a gentle breeze blew, bringing a hint of coolness. After walking for another 100 meters, they were getting closer and closer to the light source. And at this moment, someone cried out in alarm. They discovered a collapsed building. It seemed to be an ancient pavilion that had collapsed under the corrosion of time. A pavilion built by man. There should be humans on this desolate planet. We can definitely find a way to survive. Is this really Mars? Why are there human buildings? The air, temperature, gravity, and so on are not much different from Earth. It is just like a desert on Earth. Although there was endless disappointment, everyone did not despair. They had many doubts. We even saw the dragon corpses. This is nothing. Maybe this is a special area on Mars. Maybe. There is a huge five-colored altar built here, which can receive the 9 dragon corpses and the copper coffin. It is not impossible to say that this is the sealed place of God. If our guess is correct, this is just a special area on Mars, then our living space will probably not be very large. As soon as these words came out, everyone fell silent. If this is just a small piece of pure land on Mars, then what other way out do we have? Everyone's emotions were in turmoil. This concerned their lives and futures, so no one could remain calm. Ah! A female student suddenly let out a scream, and it traveled especially far in the night sky. What's wrong? Everyone's expression changed, and they hurriedly asked. Skull, it's a human skull. The female student's beautiful face turned pale. Her body trembled as she retreated. Not far from the collapsed pavilion, half a snow-white skull poked out from the sand. It had been stepped on by the female student just now. No wonder she was so frightened. All the male students gathered around. Pang Bo used his foot to kick the skull out of the sand. It was obviously the skull of an adult. It was unknown how long it had existed, but it was almost weathered. The bone was no longer smooth, and there were many rough cracks on it. And what was surprising was that there was a very regular round hole on its forehead. It was as thick as a finger, as if it had been pierced by a sharp weapon. The surrounding area of the hole was very flat. It seems that this place is full of unknowns and variables. Although this is a skeleton, left behind many years ago, we still have to be careful. The unfamiliar environment and all kinds of uncertain factors made people feel a chill in their hearts. What are those in front? Under the hazy night sky, the stars and moon were not very bright. They could only vaguely see an undulating shadow in front of them. It was like a pile of rocks connected together, uneven in height and crisscrossed. When they walked closer, everyone was stunned. It turned out to be a ruin, and what was in front of them was only a small part. The larger ruin stretched horizontally into the distance. The broken walls and rubble on the ground seemed to be telling an unknown story of the past. Under the night moon, the place seemed particularly quiet. In the past, it should have been a continuous stretch of magnificent palaces, but now it was a desolate scene. This was a huge ruin, covering a large area. The solid foundation was all made of huge stones. One could imagine the majesty and vastness of this palace in the past. And the light was at the end of this ruin, behind a broken wall. Are we, really on Mars? There used to be a group of magnificent palaces here? How much manpower did it take to complete such a huge project? What caused this place to become a ruin, and all the tall and magnificent buildings to collapse? Everyone had almost forgotten their fear. The huge ruins in front of them made everyone exclaim. If they were really on Mars at this moment, all of this would be too unbelievable. Yi Fan said very calmly, "Actually, it's nothing. We have experienced a lot today, and according to common sense, these things should not have happened." At this moment, even if someone told me that this vast ruin in front of me was the ruins of a heavenly palace, I would not be surprised. Pang Bo sighed and said, "The ruins of a heavenly palace. This is really possible. After all, we even saw the dragon corpse." Hearing these words, everyone could not help but be stunned. The ruins of a heavenly palace might not be nonsense. The light was in front, gently rippling from behind the broken wall, causing a faint halo to appear there. It was indescribably hazy and holy. What on earth is that? The light was flowing at the end of the ancient ruins, causing the broken wall to look even more desolate and desolate. Naturally, it made people feel extremely mysterious. Cha, 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 when everyone stepped on the rubble, there was a burst of noise, which spread very far in the empty night sky. They passed by collapsed palaces and finally passed through the huge ruins. Right in front, although the broken wall was damaged, it was still 4 to 5 meters high. It was really hard to imagine how majestic it was in the past. Let's see what the light is. The group carefully bypassed the huge broken wall and came to the end of the ruins. Suddenly, they felt a breath that made them feel comfortable all over. It was as if a divine light had crossed the void and was reflected in everyone's eyes. Everyone had completely walked out of the ruins and appeared behind the broken wall. They could clearly see the light in front of them. Just 50 meters in front of them, an ancient temple sat there quietly, with green lamps and ancient Buddha statues. The light was as small as a bean. In front of the ancient temple, there was an ancient Bodhi tree that was strong like a horned dragon. Its whole body was dry, and there were only 5 or 6 green leaves scattered about 2 meters from the ground. Each leaf was crystal clear, shining with a green light, like a divine jade. Chapter 14. At the end of the ruins, an ancient temple appeared. It was quiet and small, not grand at all. There was only one ancient hall, and inside stood a stone Buddha covered in a thick layer of dust. Beside it was an ancient bronze lamp that flickered with light. In front of the ancient temple was a vigorous Bodhi ancient tree. It was so big that even 6 or 7 people would not be able to wrap their arms around it. The ancient trunk was hollow, and if it were not for the 5 or 6 green leaves that still adorned it, the entire ancient tree would look like it had withered. The ancient temple and the Bodhi ancient tree were intertwined, and the atmosphere was ancient. It made people feel like time was passing by, and the vicissitudes of time brought endless tranquility and ancientness. When they arrived here, everyone could not hide their amazement. The magnificent and vast palace complex behind them had long since been reduced to ruins, but this small ancient temple still existed, giving people a feeling of calmness and returning to the true nature. How can there be such an ancient temple? The few remaining leaves of the Bodhi ancient tree actually have a crystalline green glow. The Bodhi ancient tree could almost be called a Buddha tree, and it had a deep relationship with Buddhism. According to legend, more than 2,500 years ago, Gautama Buddha achieved enlightenment under an Bodhi ancient tree and achieved Buddhahood. The Bodhi ancient tree in front of them and the ancient temple accompanied each other. Both were extraordinary, and people could not help but be amazed. Why do I feel like the long river of history is surging? Everything in front of me seems to be from a long time ago, as if it had experienced the precipitation of history. The distance of 50 meters was very short, and the crowd quickly approached it. A strange feeling welled up in everyone's heart. What they saw was like an old historical painting, and the aura of time filled the air. Could this be a temple where the gods lived? There can't really be Buddhas in this world, right? Although the ancient temple is deserted, it still gives people a sense of tranquility and peace. The ancient temple was silent, and there was only tranquility. There is a bronze plaque over there, and there are words on it. There was a rusty bronze plaque in the desolate ancient temple, and there were 4 ancient words carved on it. They looked like dragons and snakes coiling around it, and the meaning of Zen was endless. It was still complicated and difficult to decipher Zhongding script, but the first word, da, was easy to recognize. Many people could recognize it even if they did not understand Zhongding script. The last word is temple. Zhou Yi had a certain understanding of the Zhongding script and could recognize the last word. These 4 words are Great Tempest Temple. At that moment, Yi Fan read out the 4 words. Everyone was shocked, and they revealed expressions of disbelief. Great Lane Temple. Am I hearing things? How is this possible? Legend has it that the Great Lane Temple was the residence of the Buddha, the supreme holy land of Buddhism. However, the dilapidated temple in front of him was so small and did not have any grandeur. It was just an ancient temple. How could it be called the Great Lane Temple? Having personally witnessed the 9 dragon corpses pulling the coffin, everyone was already mentally prepared. They almost believed in the existence of gods. But at this moment, he was still a little shocked. An ancient temple on Mars was called the Great Tempest Temple. What did this mean? Perhaps, many histories and legends would have a new interpretation, and a corner of the mysterious veil of ancient history would be unveiled. The sound of Buddha preaching is like thunder. It was the Great Thunderclap Monastery. Could it be that the ancient temple in front of him was the one in the legends? If the speculation was true, this would undoubtedly be extremely shocking. On Mars, which was covered in reddish-brown soil and gravel, an ancient temple was covered in dust. It actually had a shocking origin. The more people looked at it, the more they felt that this ancient temple was extraordinary. The heavenly palace behind them used to be so majestic, vast, and magnificent, but it was destroyed in the end, leaving only rubble on the ground. And this ancient temple seemed to be in ruins, but it still stood tall, forming a strange contrast. The Bodhi tree accompanied it, the ancient Buddha lamp, and the little light was like a bean. It was plain and quiet, able to withstand the trials and tribulations of time. What was left behind was the truth, and the extravagance was just a passing cloud. A lamp, a Buddha, a temple, and a tree seemed to exist forever in this world. All of this was auspicious and peaceful, making people feel as if they were bathing in the spring breeze, as if there was a faintly discernible Buddhist chant. If this is really the legendary Great Tempest Temple, could the ancient tree in front of the temple be the Bodhi tree that Gautama Buddha used to prove his Tao? How is that possible? That's just a religious legend. Do you really think that 2,500 years ago, Gautama Buddha meditated under an ancient tree on Mars for 7 days and 7 nights, and finally became a Buddha? Based on our encounters and experiences, nothing is impossible. Everything that everyone had experienced today made them feel like a dream, but this was the hard truth. At this moment, Yi Fan suddenly walked forward, and Pang Bo walked with him, and the 2 of them walked directly into the ancient temple. At the same time, Zhou Yi quickly followed, and Wang Ziwen followed closely behind, entering the ancient temple. Behind them, Lu Yunji seemed to have thought of something, and his expression suddenly changed as he quickly rushed over. The others also seemed to have woken up from a dream. If this was the Great Tempest Temple, then this would be the residence of the gods. Although it had long been deserted and covered in a thick layer of dust, it was still an extraordinary place. The ancient temple was very small, and it was only a Buddhist hall. It was empty, and there was almost nothing else. Yi Fan went straight to the stone Buddha, and grabbed the bronze lamp that accompanied it. The bronze lamp was ordinary, and its style was simple and unadorned, but it was warm to the touch, without the cold and hard feeling of metal. Instead, it was like holding a piece of warm jade. What was surprising was that the ancient temple was full of dust, but the bronze lamp was untainted, as if it could isolate the dust. This temple had definitely not been cleaned for many years, and a thick layer of dust had accumulated, but the ancient lamp could avoid the dust, and it was still bright. Yi Fan could not help but feel surprised. Could it be that it had been lit since ancient times until now? It's really clean. Other than the stone Buddha and the bronze lamp, there's nothing left. Pang Bo glanced around, but regrettably did not see any other artifacts. At this moment, Zhou Yi, who had followed the 2 of them in, stepped on the thick layer of dust, and with a clang, he stepped out an alms bowl. At the same time, Lu Yunji and the others also entered the ancient temple. Everyone did not make a sound, and they were all quietly searching. In the beginning, they did not break away from their fixed thinking, and faced the ancient temple with uncertainty. They still considered things with the mentality they had when they were on Earth. It was not until Yi Fan was the first to move that they suddenly realized that they were now on another planet, and they were facing the big Lane Temple, which was most likely the residence of the legendary Buddha. There might be artifacts left behind by the gods. Inside the ancient temple, Yi Fan held the spotless bronze lamp in his hand, and specks of gentle radiance sprinkled down, and the temple was filled with brilliance. Suddenly, Yi Fan heard a faintly discernible Buddhist chant, as if it was coming from beyond the heavens. At first, he thought it was an illusion, but the Buddhist chant gradually grew louder, and lingered around the entire ancient temple. It was solemn, vast, profound, and profound. Then, all the dust in the ancient temple dispersed, and there was no dust or dirt. It was clean, and the 6-syllable mantra actually sounded, Wang, Ma, Ni, Pad, Mi, Hum. Chapter 15. What's wrong with you? Pang Bo's voice traveled into Yi Fan's ears as he shook his shoulder. Yi Fan felt as if he had just woken up from a dream. There were no Buddhist chants or Buddhist chants. The ancient temple was still the same with a thick layer of dust, and the others acted as if they hadn't heard anything. Is this really the Great Lane Temple? He whispered to himself. Although what he had heard and seen just now was brief, why did it feel so real? This made him fall into a daze as he thought about it carefully. Yi Fan stared at the ancient bronze lamp in his hand, but there was nothing special about it. There were some patterns engraved on it, simple and natural. There was nothing unusual about it. Praying mat. A male student found an old praying mat from a pile of ashes. Time had not worn it down. Not long after, another female student found a red sandalwood prayer bead from the thick layer of dust. It hadn't been damaged by the passage of time. After blowing away the dust, it still had a faint luster. At the same time, Kai found half a broken wooden fish in the dust in front of the stone Buddha. 3 bodhisattvas were engraved on it, either solemn or merciful. At this moment, Yi Fan was deep in thought. If this was really the legendary Great Lane Temple, then it was a place abandoned by the gods. All the artifacts unearthed should be extraordinary. Dang! Wang Ziwen's foot seemed to have kicked something as it made a metallic sound. He pushed away the dust in the corner, revealing a broken copper bell the size of a palm. It was missing a part of the bell's wall and had an ancient design. Dang! He shook the copper bell, and a melodious sound came out. It was like the lingering sound of Buddha, calming one's mind. Yi Fan's thoughts were interrupted, and he couldn't help but look at the copper bell. There were cloud patterns engraved on it, and it was simple with a hint of Zen and Buddhist charm. Pang Bo murmured softly. He had entered the ancient temple first, but he didn't find anything. It could only be said that he was unlucky. Almost at the same time, Li Xiaoman found half a jade rui at the foot of the stone Buddha. She wiped away the dust, and the crystal-clear jade immediately began to glow. The ancient temple seemed to be empty, but there were a few people who found artifacts under the dust. The others immediately moved quickly to search for them. Yi Fan did not pay much attention to those objects. The only untainted, undamaged, and everlasting bronze lamp in the ancient temple was in his hand. The other objects were obviously incomparable to it. I don't believe that we can't find anything. Pang Bo mumbled. Search carefully. No matter what artifacts you find, you must put them away. Yi Fan handed the ancient lamp to Pang Bo and asked him to search with the help of the light. Although he could not tell what was so special about these broken Buddhist weapons, he knew that if there were gods in this world, these things must be extraordinary. Yi Fan temporarily handed the copper lamp to Pang Bo. He walked out of the ancient temple and walked towards the Bodhi tree in front of the temple. At this moment, he had already broken away from his original way of thinking and temporarily made himself believe that God really existed. Since the ancient temple was the Big Lane Temple, how could he miss the accompanying Bodhi tree? If there was a Buddha in this world, that withered ancient tree must be extraordinary. The Bodhi tree was the sacred tree of Buddhism. According to the Tang dynasty records of the western region, Buddha once told Ananda that there were 3 objects in this world that should be worshipped: the Buddha's bone relic, the Buddha statue, and the Bodhi tree. This was because Buddha achieved enlightenment under the Bodhi tree. Seeing the Bodhi tree was like seeing Buddha. The withered ancient tree in front of him was as strong as a horned dragon. 6 or 7 people would not be able to encircle it. The trunk was hollow, and only a withered branch that hung 2 or 3 meters from the ground had 6 green leaves hanging on it. The leaves were crystal clear and as green as agate. Regardless of whether this ancient tree had anything to do with Buddha, the 6 green jade-like leaves alone were enough to show that it was extraordinary. Yi Fan came under the tree and carefully looked at the ancient Bodhi tree. The huge branches almost completely covered the top of the ancient temple. If the branches were full of leaves, one could imagine the scene of the sky being covered by them. At this moment, Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. He found that the 6 crystal clear green leaves were rippling with invisible green clouds. A small part of them floated towards the direction of the 5-colored altar in the distance, and most of them sank into the roots of the tree. The green clouds were shaped like threads, constantly overflowing from the 6 green leaves. It made people feel a breath of life, as if there was endless vitality flowing. Yi Fan squatted down and dug the soil at the roots. He wanted to see what was underneath that could condense the green clouds overflowing from the Bodhi leaves. Under the soil, he did not see anything magical. He only found a Bodhi seed. There was no light, no brilliance, no clouds, and its color was gray and ordinary. If one did not pay attention, he would be mistaken for a lump of soil. The only special thing about it was its size. An ordinary Bodhi seed was only the size of a fingernail, but this gray Bodhi seed was as big as a walnut. Yi Fan was surprised. Could it be that the green clouds overflowing from the Bodhi leaves were absorbed by it? After observing for a while, he saw the green clouds flowing down and disappearing 3 inches away from the Bodhi seed. Although he did not see it absorb the essence of the Bodhi leaves, he was almost certain that it was caused by it. Yi Fan held the Bodhi seed in his palm. After careful observation, he was shocked. The natural patterns on this gray and ordinary Bodhi seed were actually connected together to form a merciful Buddha. The Buddha was naturally formed. It was completely formed by the interweaving of natural patterns, but it seemed to have been carefully carved on it. The gray Buddha diagram was simple and natural, and there was a faint Zen rhythm coming from it. A natural Buddha diagram. Could it be that 2,500 years ago, Gautama Buddha really proved his Tao because of the Bodhi tree? The Bodhi tree had other names. It was the wisdom tree, the enlightenment tree, and the thinking tree. Legend had it that it could awaken one's divinity and enlighten oneself. Yi Fan raised the Bodhi seed high above his head, facing the 6 green leaves on it. The speed at which the green mist flowed out instantly increased, and the aura of vitality became denser and denser, all of it concentrated on the Bodhi seed. Of course, the light still disappeared 3 inches away from the seed. Pop! A light sound rang out. A sparkling and translucent Bodhi leaf flowed with the last strand of green multicolored light before shattering and turning into ashes that drifted down. At this point, Yi Fan was finally convinced that the Bodhi seed looked ordinary, but it was extraordinary. He carefully put it away. At this time, he noticed that there was a lot of powder on the ground. It was the same as the ashes of the Bodhi leaf. Could it be that all the Bodhi leaves on the tree disappeared like this? This surprised Yi Fan. The Bodhi seed with the natural Buddha diagram was extraordinary. He vaguely felt that it was even more important than the bronze lamp that accompanied the stone Buddha. There were still 5 green leaves on the ancient Bodhi tree, but they were not as crystal clear as before. Yi Fan didn't pluck them. 1 Bodhi seed was enough. He didn't want to attract attention. At this time, no one came out of the big Lain temple. Yi Fan left the Bodhi tree and returned to the ancient temple. At this time, another 7 or 8 people found different Buddhist artifacts. Lu Yunji actually found half of a golden pestle behind the stone Buddha. Although it had been buried in the dust for many years, it was still shining brightly when it was unearthed. It gave off a heavy and condensed feeling. If not for the fact that one end of it was damaged, it could be called a perfect and powerful masterpiece of forging. This scepter-shaped pestle has a very powerful name in Buddhism. It is called Vajra pestle, which has the indirect meaning of destroying the enemy, symbolizing invincible, all-conquering wisdom and true Buddha-like nature. It is the scepter held by the venerable saints. If Buddha existed in this world, this Vajra pestle would undoubtedly be a holy object. It must be extraordinary. It wouldn't be surprising if it had the mysterious power to split mountains and rivers. However, at this moment, no one could see its wonders. Lu Yunji waved it hard. The half of the Vajra pestle flashed like a golden lightning. It was shining brightly and looked very imposing. Say, if these artifacts were used by the gods, what kind of earth-shattering scene would happen if we found out how to use them? Hearing Lu Yunji's words, all the people who found the Buddhist artifacts were fascinated. Chapter 16. Other than the Vajra, there were also a few people who found damaged incense burners, rulers, copper bells, and fish drums. Among them, the female student who was pitted by Yi Fan and looked haggard at the class gathering found a special artifact. It was a string of prayer beads. There were only 6 of them, and they were glistening with a pale gold color. Each of them was the size of a longan fruit. Don't tell me it's made from a saraira? The person beside him said in bewilderment. These 6 beads were all like golden crystals that looked like magnificent gems. It was easy to associate them with the relics left behind by the ancient Buddha after he passed away. After all, they were artifacts that existed in the Great Layin Temple, so their materials were definitely not ordinary. This string of prayer beads was unusual. The female student accidentally found it on top of the stone Buddha's head. The 6 beads were threaded together by a transparent thread. On each bead was a blurry image of a human in different poses. This was the 3rd artifact to be found after Yi Fan's copper lamp and Zhou Yi's alms bowl. Of course, the copper lamp was the most eye-catching. After all, it was the only ancient lamp that was not stained with dust. It was eternally bright, and anyone could tell that it was extraordinary. Inside the ancient temple, several beams of hot light would occasionally glance at the copper lamp. Although Yi Fan sensed it, he did not say anything. He faced it all calmly. The Tempest Temple's hall had been searched thoroughly. There were no other artifacts, so the group retreated. Pang Bo was the most depressed. More than a dozen people had found ancient artifacts, and he was the first one to enter the temple. However, he had not found anything. Pang Bo's eyes lit up as he stood in front of the temple and re-examined it. He strode back and moved a few big rocks to the side. He took down the bronze plaque with the words, Big Layin Temple, engraved on it. Many people were dumbfounded at the sight of it. Then, everyone realized that this bronze plaque was extraordinary. It had been baptized by wind and frost, and had been tempered by time. There was not a single speck of dust on it, and it was very clean. One had to know that among all the artifacts in the ancient temple, only the ancient bronze lamp was untainted by a speck of dust. The same went for the bronze plaque. Clearly, it was extraordinary. It's really heavy. Pang Bo dragged the bronze plaque and walked back. Just as he left the temple, the entire ancient temple began to shake. The stone Buddha inside suddenly cracked, producing a kacha kacha sound. Then, the 6-syllable mantra of Buddhism rang out, hum, ma, ni, pad, mi, hum. A majestic Buddhist voice resounded through the universe, shaking the heavens and the earth. The benevolent, solemn, exquisite, and profound Zen sound was incomparably vast, cleansing all impurities and mortal dust. The surroundings of the ancient temple were bathed in a sacred and auspicious light. This time, it wasn't an illusion. Not only did Yi Fan and Pang Bo hear it, but everyone else also froze like clay statues. They were so shocked that they couldn't speak. At the same time, all the artifacts they found in the temple, regardless of whether they were intact or damaged, were all emitting a gentle radiance. The bright radiance caused everyone to be in awe. However, in the end, with a loud boom, the stone Buddha inside the ancient temple shattered and turned into dust. Then, the great thunderclap temple also turned into dust under a gentle breeze. Poof! At the same time, the accompanying ancient Bodhi tree also crumbled. There were no wood shavings or dried branches, only ashes that filled the sky and fluttered down. Next, the Buddhist artifacts in everyone's hands dimmed down and once again returned to their normal state. Everyone was stunned and didn't know why such a thing happened. Could it be that the Buddhist artifacts and bronze plaque were taken away from the temple? All that was left of the ancient temple was ashes, nothing was left. Yi Fan stared for a while and said, taking away all kinds of Buddhist weapons, taking away the inscribed board of the ancient temple, causing the abandoned great lightning-tuned temple to lose its meaning of existence. Maybe this is why it scattered with the wind. Zhou Yi was usually gentle and refined, but at this moment, he was very excited. His eyes shone with a strange light as he said, I'm even more certain that there really are gods in this world. Perhaps we can follow the footsteps they left behind and move forward. What we've encountered today may be a great opportunity for us. Gods, Buddha, immortality. These absurd legends were now brought up, but no one would find it too absurd. The facts before their eyes indicated that many common sense could be subverted, and that gods did not absolutely not exist. Follow the footsteps left behind by gods, it's easy to say, but I don't see any hope. Pang Bo glanced at Zhou Yi and said, right now, the most important thing is to find a way to survive. There are no villages or shops in this desert, no water source, no food. In another 7 or 8 hours, the situation will become extremely bad. All the signs show that this planet is most likely Mars, and we all know that it's impossible for Mars to have a habitable environment. Li Xiaoman was beautiful and moving. After a series of events, she had become calmer and calmer. She continued, if gods really exist, then perhaps all of this can be explained. This is just a small piece of pure land on Mars. As soon as she finished speaking, a series of rumbling sounds suddenly came from the reddish-brown ground. The vast land began to shake, as if there were thousands of soldiers and horses galloping, or as if there were raging waves surging in the sea. Sandstorm, a superstorm on Mars. Beside Li Xiaoman, Cade's expression changed drastically as he shouted in broken Chinese. Every year, a quarter of Mars would be shrouded in violent sandstorms. A typhoon on Earth could reach speeds of more than 60 meters per second, but a storm on Mars could reach speeds of 180 meters per second. A superstorm could sweep through the entire planet. Even a heavy tank would be swept into the sky, let alone a human. In just an instant, the stars and moon that filled the sky disappeared, and endless reddish-brown sand completely covered the sky. A huge storm that swept through the entire Mars had begun. No, we don't have a storm here. Just a moment ago, many people were terrified, thinking that a catastrophe was about to befall them. However, at this moment, everyone realized that the storm was raging in the distance, but it was calm and peaceful in front of them. With the 5-colored altar and the Tempest Temple as the axis, a hazy round cover with a diameter of more than 1,000 meters was formed, covering the sky above this area and isolating this place from the outside world. Li Xiaoman's words had come true. This was indeed a small piece of pure land, and a supernatural force had blocked the storm. This indirectly proved that gods might exist, and this might be a place protected by gods. Oh no, that hazy light cover is dimming, and it's about to disappear. A female student who was looking up at the sky turned pale. The dim light barrier in the sky was gradually melting, and it wouldn't be long before it completely disappeared. After seeing this scene, everyone's expression changed. With death so close, no one could remain calm. What do we do? Are we really going to die here? Some people's voices were trembling. I don't want to die. Some of the female students cried out. If the light cover disappears, we'll be crushed by the superstorm. Even the male students were terrified. This piece of pure land on Mars would no longer exist, and there would no longer be a place for survival. Rumble, the storm was like muffled thunder, and the entire land seemed to be trembling. The sky was covered in a hazy haze, and there was violent sand everywhere. Fear was spreading among everyone. Yi Fan's eyes were still clear, and he looked at the overwhelming sandstorm. He said calmly, perhaps there's only one way out now. We can escape. What's the plan? This piece of pure land will no longer exist. Where else can we survive? At this juncture of life and death, everyone was extremely anxious, and many people were panicking. Follow the path that the gods have taken and leave this uninhabitable environment, Yi Fan said. Instantly, some people understood what Yi Fan was thinking, but there were still many who were puzzled. That's right, this might be the only way out. Zhou Yi nodded in agreement. According to Yi Fan's speculation, in the distant past, there were gods who opened up the ancient starry sky path from Earth to Mars, but this might not be the final destination. There was also a five-colored altar on Mars, and it was very likely that it led to an even more distant starry sky. This was the path that the gods had taken before, and now that they were forced into a desperate situation, the only way to survive was to follow this ancient path and leave Mars. At this moment, everyone understood, and they quickly rushed toward the five-colored altar. Although it was only a distance of 1,000 meters, everyone felt as if they were separated by an ocean. This distance concerned their life and death. If the light cover in the sky was shattered before they reached the five-colored altar, everyone would die without a doubt. The vast ruins of the heavenly palace were filled with rubble. This was a difficult journey, and because they walked too quickly, some people sprained their ankles. However, they did not dare to stop, and they endured the pain as they moved forward quickly, not wanting to fall behind. Even if they could reach the five-colored altar safely, whether or not they could open up the ancient starry sky path was still unknown. This was a huge shadow that shrouded everyone's hearts. One had to know that everything on Mount Tai was passive. However, at this moment, they had no choice. That place was their only hope, and they could only think of a way to get there first. Ah! When a female student was running in the ruins, she suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream, and with a thud, she fell into the dust, never to move again. Her face was filled with horror, and there was a bloody hole the size of a thumb on her forehead, and blood was flowing out. She seemed to have seen something extremely horrifying before she died. What happened? Everyone felt their blood run cold, and their hearts were filled with fear. A living life had suddenly died just like that. Just a moment ago, she was still with everyone, but now she was gone forever. It was so sudden and strange. Don't go near her. Yi Fan shouted to stop the two male students who wanted to get close to the corpse. He thought of the snow-white skull he saw on the way here, and there was also a finger-sized hole in the center of the forehead. It was the same way she died, and a bad premonition arose in his heart. We have profaned the great Thunderclap Temple. Could it be that the gods are punishing us? A female student's voice was trembling, and her heart was filled with fear. Even if the gods exist, the Buddha is also merciful. Zhou Yi interrupted her words to prevent the fear from spreading, and said, "We have no way to take her away now, and can only let her rest here in peace. We must hurry back to the five-colored altar." No one hesitated, and at this moment of life and death, they could no longer care about the corpse of the female student. Dong! Suddenly, the melodious sound of a bell rang out, and the sound was vast and solemn, as if a great golden bell was shaking. Extremely resplendent golden light rushed out from where Wang Ziwen was, and his entire body was enveloped in the dazzling golden radiance, as if he was wearing a thick layer of golden battle armor. It was extremely dazzling, and it was as if a golden divine flame was burning. In Wang Ziwen's hand, the broken bronze bell was gently shaking, and the grand sound was produced by it. The resplendent golden light also came from it. What happened? Lu Yunji was the closest to him, and asked very nervously. Something attacked me just now. Wang Ziwen was usually gentle, but at this moment, he was enveloped by the golden divine flame, and it was as if he was wearing a golden battle armor. He was very imposing, and it was as if a god had descended to the mortal world. Chapter 17. Did you see clearly what it was? Pang Bo asked. He wanted to figure out the source of the danger. He was usually careless, but he was always calm during critical moments. I didn't see anything. I only felt a terrifying aura envelop my body, and then the bell started to shake. At this moment, Wang Ziwen was enveloped by the golden light, but he still felt a lingering fear. After hearing these words, everyone who had obtained something from the Tempest Temple tightly grasped the broken Buddhist tools in their hands. These things were proven to be extraordinary. They must have been used by the gods. The broken bell stopped shaking, and the melodious bell sound gradually faded. The burning golden divine flame on Wang Ziwen's body disappeared, and the golden light returned to the bronze bell. Let's go, let's leave these ruins quickly. Yi Fan held the bronze lamp in his hand, sprinkling some divine light as he led the way to the five-colored altar. Everyone followed closely behind. There had to be something terrifying in the vast ruins of the heavenly palace. Every second that they stayed here would increase the danger they would face. Ah! Another scream rang out. As they approached the edge of the ruins, a male student fell to the ground on his back. There was a finger-sized hole in the middle of his forehead. Fresh blood flowed out of it. He died the same way. He died with everlasting regret. His eyes were wide open, and the terrified expression on his face before he died was frozen in place. At this moment, many people were terrified. Another student suddenly died. They could only watch helplessly, but they couldn't do anything to stop it. They didn't even know what killed him. Life and death were easy to say, but when they experienced it themselves, they felt incomparably bitter. Their close classmates didn't even have the chance to say their last words before they died in such an inexplicable way. It was hard to accept. Many female students were on the verge of collapse. They began to cry quietly. They had never seen such a scene before. Let's go. They didn't stop, and they couldn't stop. They quickly rushed to the five-colored altar. They finally escaped from the ruins, but 2 lives were left there forever. They would never see them again. After running for a long time, they looked back. The broken walls were like ferocious demons. They were indistinct under the night sky, making people's hearts palpitate. However, before the crowd could take a deep breath, 3 consecutive screams rang out almost at the same time. 2 male students and 1 female student fell heavily to the ground one after another. The wounds were still on their foreheads, and the 3 identical bloody holes were very shocking to look at. Blood dyed the ground red. 3 former classmates and friends had died just like that. Their eyes bulged out, and their expressions were full of fear. In a short period of time, 5 people had lost their lives. This made everyone feel sad, and their scalps were numb. Perhaps they would be next. Nobody could be sure when their lives would end. Boo-hoo. A female student was on the verge of breaking down. She burst into tears and said, "Those who died couldn't find any artifacts in the temple. That unknown devil is nearby. If we don't have the holy artifacts left behind by the gods, we will die sooner or later." This was a fact. The 5 people who had died in the temple had found nothing, and Wang Ziwen, who had also been attacked, was safe and sound because of that broken bronze bell. Help us. Those who didn't find any artifacts in the temple were all terrified. Those who had found something used pleading tones to beg for help. Help us. However, who would give up their only life-saving Buddhist artifact at this critical moment? Some people didn't stop and didn't even look back. They rushed toward the 5-colored altar with large strides. The friendship between classmates was indeed precious, but in the face of life and death, many people chose to face each other coldly in order to protect themselves. The relationship between humans and the contradictions of human nature was facing a difficult test for the first time. "I beg you, save me." The female student who was on the verge of a mental breakdown cried as she ran. She was terrified and extremely pitiful. Her shoes had already fallen off, but she was still at a loss. At this moment, fear had already occupied her heart. Yi Fan shouted, "We can share the objects found in the temple with others." Pang Bo had always been by Yi Fan's side. He stood beside him and also shouted, "That's right, we can share an object found in the ancient temple with 2 or 3 people." Many people looked over, but there was hesitation in their eyes. Someone said, "What if these broken artifacts aren't that useful? If they can only protect one person, won't the original owner also fall into a life and death situation?" As soon as these words came out, people were immediately shaken. There were even 2 people who began to speed up and rush forward without looking back. "Thank you, Yi Fan." The pitiful female student who had lost her shoes and her face was covered in tears stumbled to Yi Fan. She had an extremely grateful expression on her face. Mixed with the tears rolling down her face, it made people feel pity for her. She stretched out her trembling right hand, but when she was 1 foot away from the ancient lamp, her expression suddenly froze. Then, her eyes became lifeless and she fell heavily to the ground. The change was so sudden. Yifan watched as her eyes lost their luster. That pitiful and beautiful face was covered with tears. That smile of gratitude that had just appeared was forever frozen there, making people feel very uncomfortable. Yifan wanted to help her up, but in the end, he only stretched out his hand and then retracted it. The back of the poor female student's head was pierced. This time, it wasn't her forehead. Blood flowed out from her long black hair. She was only one step away, but she still died in front of Yifan. That frozen smile stung Yifan's eyes. He slowly retreated, leaving the gradually ice-cold corpse. What is that thing? This was everyone's question. With death so close, everyone became even more terrified. 3 or 4 people quickly surrounded Yifan and Pang Bo. They impatiently tried to grab the ancient lamp and bronze plaque. It was as if they were fighting over it, wanting to take it for themselves. What are you doing? Pang Bo glared at them and shouted, "We are saving you and sharing these things with you. We are not giving up our lives to give you the bronze plaque and the ancient lamp." His body was tall and sturdy, so when he glared at them, he naturally had a terrifying power. Those people immediately stopped and awkwardly stepped forward, placing their hands on the bronze plaque and the ancient lamp. There was no time to waste. Everyone quickly ran, but at this time, there was a restless feeling spreading. Some people's eyes were burning, and they wanted to steal the Buddhist treasures. As for those who had broken Buddhist treasures, they were filled with vigilance and regretted sharing them with others. "We come from the same place, and we have been classmates for 4 years. Don't let you live the rest of your life in shame and regret your choice today," Yifan shouted. His voice was even more intimidating than Pang Bo's, and many people immediately calmed down. Boom! At this moment, Lu Yunji's body suddenly exploded with hundreds of thousands of lightning bolts. Lightning danced in the air, and he was like a thunder god descending to the world. Lightning covered his entire body, and the lightning flickered, illuminating the surroundings. The Vajra pestle in his hand was even more resplendent, and all of this originated from the broken pestle. Lu Yunji seemed to be wearing a battle armor made of interweaving lightning. His entire body emitted an incomparably fierce aura, and bolts of lightning curled around his body. He was simply like a thunder god of war. "Just now, I was attacked by that indescribable thing." He only said this one sentence, and then he didn't say anything else. His fierce eyes inadvertently glanced at Yifan, but when he saw the ancient bronze lamp, the 2 sharp lights quickly disappeared. Only after a moment did the lightning on Lu Yunji's body gradually recede, and the Vajra pestle in his hand became dim again. It was a staff used by a god. The power of this treasured pestle was obvious to everyone, and they were all shocked. Along the way, everyone was silent. Finally, they arrived in front of the multicolored altar. Fortunately, there were no more deaths, and this made everyone slightly relieved. On the multicolored altar, the 9 huge dragon corpses and the ancient bronze coffin were quietly lying there, and they were still as shocking as ever. That is, arriving in front of the altar, everyone was shocked. The multicolored altar had a hazy halo, and there were faint specks of light condensing from all directions, sinking into the stone foundation. The light barrier that enveloped the sky gradually melted and disappeared. It was actually because of the multicolored altar, and it seemed to be accumulating some kind of mysterious energy. Everyone was shocked at first, and then they revealed expressions of joy. This was because the multicolored altar was glowing, and just like on Mount Tai, it was very likely a sign that the ancient path to the stars was about to open. However, this time, the energy source was not the stone book, but a hazy and huge light barrier. Rumble. The hazy light barrier in the sky was melting, and the thunderous storm outside was rumbling, and the entire earth seemed to be shaking. The light barrier was dimming, and everyone climbed up the multicolored altar, watching everything anxiously. That unknown and terrifying existence in the dark was like a shadow lingering in everyone's hearts. Although it didn't appear for the time being, as long as they didn't leave this place, it would still be a great threat. Everyone was eager to escape Mars. This lasted for half an hour, and the dim light barrier continued to shrink. In the end, it was only able to cover the multicolored altar, and its diameter had shrunk from over 1,000 meters to less than 200 meters. It was almost pressing down to the ground, and all the mysterious energy had been absorbed by the multicolored altar. Pang Bo lowered his voice and whispered in Yifan's ear, "Lu Yunji's eyes have inadvertently swept over us a few times. This fellow is very scheming, so we have to be careful." Pang Bo's sharp senses allowed him to detect this situation. "Don't worry, I know." Yifan turned to look at Lu Yunji, and a warm smile appeared on his face. Lu Yunji was very calm, and he nodded in a friendly manner, as if nothing out of the ordinary could be seen. There were two people beside him, and one of them was the male student who had just arrived safely thanks to the protection of Yifan's bronze lamp. This made Pang Bo very dissatisfied, and he said in a low voice, "This ungrateful thing, he's always around Lu Yunji when we were in school. Just now, we were the ones who protected his life, but now he's with Lu Yunji again." Half an hour later, the hazy light barrier outside gradually shrunk, and it was about to press down on the multicolored altar. One could clearly feel the terror of the storm outside. Woo, woo. The wind sounded like the wailing of ghosts, and the sand and pebbles hit the light barrier, producing a thunderous sound. Even some of the sand and pebbles had been blown into the barrier. It was easy to imagine how weak the light barrier was, and it could completely disappear at any moment. Everyone was shocked, and they quickly retreated. If they fell out of the altar, they would immediately be swept up into the sky by the storm. At this time, the male student that Pang Bo said was ungrateful slowly moved from Lu Yunji's side, and he suddenly grabbed the bronze lamp in Yifan's hand with one hand, while his other hand fiercely pushed towards Yifan, wanting to snatch the bronze lamp and push him out of the multicolored altar. Chapter 18. Yifan held the ancient bronze lamp in his left hand and took 2 steps back. His right hand grabbed the collar of the male student and almost lifted him off the ground. Pang Bo, who was beside him, was furious. He shouted, "You heartless bastard! You're really an ungrateful ingrate. Have you forgotten who shared the bronze lamp with you just now? Who protected your life and sent you here safely?" Pang Bo reached out and grabbed the male student's collar. He wanted to throw him out of the rainbow altar. The scene before him was truly infuriating. Cough. The male student's face was pale. He began to struggle when Yifan grabbed him with one hand, but he couldn't escape from Yifan's grasp. Now that Pang Bo had grabbed him by the neck, he almost fainted. The expressions of the people around him were different. Some of them were already restless, but they didn't expect that someone would actually make a move. Furthermore, the target was Yifan, who had helped him before. "You ungrateful ingrate, do you still have a conscience? If it wasn't for Yifan saving you, you would have died outside." The more Pang Bo thought about it, the angrier he became. He was a temperamental person, and he felt that throwing the other party out like this wasn't enough to appease his anger. He raised his right hand and slapped the other party 4 or 5 times. A male student behind him came forward and tried to mediate. "We've been classmates for 4 years. Don't be like this. Pang Bo, let go." Pang Bo glanced at him and said, "Do you think I'll let go just because you want me to? Didn't you see that he wanted to kill Yifan? If it wasn't for Yifan's quick reaction, he would have been pushed out of the rainbow altar and into the storm. How can we let such a vicious bastard go? We're all from the same place, so we should be in the same boat. We can talk things out, let him go first." Another male student came forward to mediate. Pang Bo could clearly see that this person was one of the people who had been standing with Lu Yunji. Even though they had separated, the two of them were definitely in the same boat. Moreover, the male student he caught was with them just now. Although there was no evidence to prove that they were conspirators, Pang Bo didn't care about the consequences. After he made up his mind, he remembered the other party regardless of whether there was evidence or not. "That's easy for you to say. If someone wanted to kill you, would you still be able to remain calm? How about I push you out of the rainbow altar and see?" The more Pang Bo spoke, the angrier he became. With a pitter-patter sound, he fiercely slapped Qin Lai a few more times. "Don't kill him. We can talk things out. Put him down first, and we'll discuss how to deal with him." A female student chimed in, glancing at Lu Yunji. During this entire process, Lu Yunji had been very calm. He did not step forward to persuade them, nor did he express his opinion. It was as if this had nothing to do with him and he was watching the development of the situation from the sidelines. Yi Fan saw everyone's expressions. Seeing that he couldn't lure Lu Yunji out, he stopped Pang Bo and said, "Let him go." "Yeah, let go first." "Yes, let him go first. There's nothing that can't be resolved between classmates. Don't make it too stiff." The two male students and the female student who had just tried to persuade Lu Yunji spoke up. At the same time, the others saw that Yi Fan himself had spoken up, so they also tried to persuade him. "Make it too stiff. Do you think we haven't crossed this line yet?" Pang Bo glared at the male student who was with Lu Yunji and said, "He almost killed Yi Fan, and you're still trying to excuse him like this?" However, Pang Bo didn't continue to make trouble. Seeing Yi Fan's signal, he finally let go of his hand. However, no one expected that after Pang Bo let go, Yi Fan himself didn't let go. He grabbed the male student's collar with one hand and almost directly lifted him up. In a few steps, he came to the edge of the rainbow altar and seemed to want to throw the male student out. Everyone was stunned. No one thought that Yi Fan would do this. At the same time, they were very surprised by Yi Fan's strength. They couldn't help but remember when they were at school, he was nicknamed the barbarian in the tree shade field. Yi Fan looked gentle, but his physique was very strong and his strength was amazing. Like picking up a chick, he carried the male student to the edge of the rainbow altar with one hand. "Before this, I saved your life. Why did you harm me?" Yi Fan pressed him on the edge of the altar with one hand, ready to push him down at any time. He was only half a foot away from the hazy light shield. The male student was frightened and shouted, "Don't push me. I'm a wolf and a dog. I was blinded by greed. I don't know what's good for me. Let me go." "I won't dare to do it again," Yi Fan smiled, revealing a mouth full of white teeth. He looked very bright and said, "No matter what people do, they have a motive. Don't you want to say it? I really don't want to see you being swept up into the sky by the storm." After saying that, he pressed the student with one hand and pushed him out of the rainbow altar. "Help!" The male student was really frightened. He shouted loudly, "Let me go, I'll tell you everything." As a modern urbanite, he had never experienced such a scene. The male student collapsed on the spot. In the face of the storm close at hand, his face was pale, without a trace of blood. This is not good. "Yi Fan, let him go. It's too dangerous." "Yes, everything can be discussed. You can't disregard the friendship of classmates like this. It's not good if someone dies." It was still the same students who spoke up to dissuade him. They had slowly walked over. Clang! Pang Bo placed the bronze plaque of the Great Lane Temple, which was half the height of a human, on the ground. He glared at them, causing them to stop in their tracks. Yi Fan turned around and smiled warmly, saying, "It's okay. He is willing to tell me the reason. I also want to hear what I did wrong. I won't have any conflict with him. You guys can rest assured." When he turned around again and faced the male student who was pressed to the edge of the altar, his eyes suddenly became fierce. If the other party didn't say anything, he would directly push him out. This was the message Yi Fan sent with his eyes. I didn't get anything in the ancient temple. I didn't have a god's item. I felt threatened, so I was greedy. What a wolf." As he said that, he started to slap his own mouth. Yi Fan didn't say anything. He directly pushed him out. Half of his body was suddenly suspended in the air, almost touching the layer of dim light. "No. Help!" The male student shouted in fear. It was Li Changqing. "He was the one who gave me the idea." Yi Fan pulled him back. He didn't care about this spineless, soft spear at all. This kind of person wouldn't amount to anything. He couldn't pose a threat. If he really pushed him out of the five-colored altar in front of everyone, the other students would probably have a very bad impression of him. After all, they were classmates, so the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. Yi Fan very naturally took the bottle of mineral water from him, then patted his shoulder and said, "We've been classmates for 4 years, and we've encountered this unforeseen event together. It's best if we help each other in the same boat." Of course, of course. After this male student regained his freedom, his body was still trembling. He trembled as he retreated. At this time, Pang Bo was already angry. He carried the bronze plaque and rushed forward, smashing it towards the student named Li Changqing. Bang! Pang Bo was tall and strong. He was very strong. He swung the bronze plaque and knocked that person to the ground on the spot. "No wonder you kept trying to dissuade me. So you were the one behind it." Pang Bo placed the bronze plaque on his body and said, "You even schemed against a classmate of 4 years. Do you still have any humanity?" He was very angry. Li Changqing was one of the people who stood with Lu Yunji not long ago. He was also one of the people who kept trying to dissuade Li Changqing. Yi Fan walked over and very naturally took the bottle of water from Li Changqing's body. He stuffed it into Pang Bo's hands. Seeing him take the second bottle of water, everyone's face revealed a complicated expression. If they couldn't quickly escape from Mars, they were afraid that in a few more hours, water would become the most precious thing to them. Yi Fan felt very regretful that he couldn't find Lu Yunji. Although he knew that it was most likely him who instigated it, he didn't have any evidence. It wasn't good to fall out with him in front of everyone now. Li Zhangqing was very stubborn. He allowed Pang Bo to teach him a lesson, but he did not admit to anything. He only said that he was hot-headed and that he should not have spoken carelessly, causing that student to covet him and attack Yi Fan. Pang Bo really wanted to directly throw him out of the rainbow altar. However, he could only suppress his anger and didn't do so in consideration of the other students' feelings. However, he felt that this seemingly peaceful relationship couldn't be maintained for long. If there was another survival crisis, he was afraid that the friendship and face of former classmates would be torn into pieces. This was because some people were already starting to feel restless in their hearts. Yi Fan wasn't angry. He smiled at Li Changqing and said, "Sometimes people are very complicated. Some things can't be controlled, but it's best to be more self-centered. Don't be used as a tool by others." As he said this, he squatted down and calmly grabbed at Li Changqing's waist. His target was a broken fish drum. It was the antique that Li Changqing had found in the Tempest Temple. "What are you doing?" Li Changqing struggled violently. His expression didn't change when he was beaten by Pang Bo, but at this moment, he was panicking. He used all his strength to cover the fish drum on his waist. However, his upper body was still being pushed by Pang Bo's bronze plaque. He couldn't use any strength and couldn't stop it. Boom! Suddenly, the fish drum on Li Changqing's body emitted a muffled thunder-like sound. Rays of green light shot out like dancing lightning. It was like the divine drum of the god of thunder. It hummed and trembled. Then, it emitted an even louder muffled thunder-like sound. The purple light coiled around and immediately protected Li Changqing inside. That place was bright and resplendent like a giant purple cocoon. It emitted a dazzling divine splendor and illuminated the entire rainbow altar. The surrounding people were shocked. They felt their ears buzzing. Some people couldn't even stand steadily and almost fell to the ground. At the same time, the bronze plaque in Pang Bo's hand erupted with thousands of rays of light. Accompanied by the rumbling of thunder, the 4 words, "Tempest Temple," soared into the sky. Waves of ethereal chanting resounded. The Buddhist chanting was like thunder. The dazzling light emitted by the bronze plaque of the Tempest Temple immediately suppressed the giant purple cocoon. The sound emitted by the fish drum almost disappeared. At the same time, the bronze lamp in Yi Fan's hand sprinkled down a bit of gentle radiance. It instantly enveloped his entire body. A layer of holy and pure divine light evenly covered the surface of his body. It was as if he was wearing a divine armor. The radiance was not dazzling. It was very hazy and gentle. However, it made everyone feel reverence. It was as if a god was standing there. That layer of holy and pure brilliance was like the divine armor of a god. It made Yi Fan look otherworldly. The fish drum was suppressed on the spot. The purple brilliance was restrained, and the giant cocoon disappeared. The broken fish drum became dim and became ordinary again. Yi Fan was calm and collected. He reached out his hand and took it. Nothing could stop him. At this moment, he was like a living god. The bronze lamp flickered with divine splendor, making him look even more otherworldly. At this time, the female student who had tried to dissuade Yi Fan and Pang Bo from not far away from Lu Yunji came forward with a broken bronze bell in her hand. Yi Fan, you've gone too far. Soon after, another male student also came forward and said, we should be harmonious. We shouldn't oppose each other like this. Let bygones be bygones. You shouldn't be so decisive. These two people had been speaking up for Lu Yunji and Li Changqing from the beginning. Their standpoint was already clear. At this moment, they obviously didn't want to let Yi Fan get another god's artifact. At this time, Lu Yunji, who had been staying out of the matter, came forward with the Vajra pestle in his hand. Yi Fan, let bygones be bygones. Even if he was in the wrong just now, you can't punish him like this. This is equivalent to taking away his life. Contrary to Yi Fan's expectations, Zhou Yi, who had not expressed his opinion and acted as if this matter had nothing to do with him, walked over with the purple gold alms bowl in one hand and advised, Yi Fan, you should not take his fish drum. You already have the copper lamp, another artifact is useless. If he loses his fish drum, it is very likely that he will be killed by that unknown and terrifying thing. Chapter 19. You've all seen what happened just now. Everyone knows exactly what happened. Yi Fan held the bronze lamp in his left hand and the damaged fish drum in his right. He did not retreat, but instead walked a few steps forward and said, since I've already taken the fish drum, it's impossible for me to return it to him. The divine splendor sprinkled by the bronze lamp was as dazzling as the sun and as bright as the moon. It was also like a segment of divine rainbow light, sparkling and translucent, full of auspicious colors. It completely matched Yi Fan. The two seemed to be made by heaven, as if they were one. It made him seem otherworldly, like an immortal in divine clothes. Even though the fish drum in his right hand was damaged and had already lost its luster, the crowd had all witnessed the might of the thunder god earlier. Purple lightning crisscrossed and thunder rumbled. Now that it was being held in Yi Fan's hand, it was truly terrifying. Li Zhangqing really shouldn't have spoken so carelessly and caused others to covet it. This kind of unpleasant thing happened, but Yi Fan, you really went too far by taking away his life-saving item. Lu Yunji came forward. The Vajra pestle in his hand was shining brightly, giving off a heavy and condensed feeling. It was very imposing. There was a man and a woman beside him. They had been stopping Pang Bo from making a move since the beginning and speaking up for Li Zhangqing. At this moment, they all followed Lu Yunji forward. Yi Fan, I know you are very angry. Anyone would be furious after something like this happened, but we should be more tolerant. The female student spoke very calmly, as if she was standing on the side of reason. She was not biased and seemed to be completely impartial. She said, we all know what it means to take away his life-saving item in this kind of situation. You can't go too far. At the tip of her finger was a worn-out bronze bell. It seemed to have been covered in dust for many years. It was gray and without light. Although it looked ordinary, it couldn't help but attract attention. As she spoke, her slender fingers unconsciously moved, occasionally making one or two chimes. The male student next to Lu Yunji also said, we should all have a forgiving heart. We've known each other for 4 years and encountered such an unforeseen event at the same time. We should help each other in the same boat. Let's forget about this unhappy matter and stop pestering each other. Yi Fan, return his life-saving fish drum. You don't want to watch him lose his life, right? In his hanging right hand was a rusty incense burner. It was only the size of a palm and was somewhat damaged. Part of the furnace wall was broken, but it still looked simple and natural. The three stood together. Moreover, they had all gained something from the Thunderclap Temple. They each held an item abandoned by the gods. At this moment, their words naturally had weight. Clang! Pang Bo took a large step forward and heavily placed the Great Thunderclap Temple's bronze plaque on the ground. He said, "Your words are even better than singing. I've discovered that your ability to distort black and white is very profound. First of all, you have to understand what just happened. Secondly, you have to know that people should be more upright. It was clearly Li Zhangqing and others who wanted to harm Yi Fan. How did it become Yi Fan who was not magnanimous enough? What kind of logic was this? In the end, why was it Yi Fan who was in the wrong? Someone wanted to kill him, so Yi Fan took away the thing he was relying on. What was wrong with that? According to what you said, Yi Fan seems to have become a villain, and Li Zhangqing seems to have done nothing wrong. Don't pretend to be righteous, it disgusts me." At this moment, the radiance on Pang Bo's body still hadn't dissipated. The four ancient words, Great Lane Temple, on the bronze plaque emitted rays of light that shot up to the sky. The Buddhist chant sounded like thunder, and faintly discernible Buddhist chanting could be heard. His entire person was like a blazing sun, extremely imposing. Once these words were spoken, the expressions of the man and woman who spoke just now became extremely unsightly. "We are not saying that Yi Fan is in the wrong. We just want Yi Fan to remember our friendship and not take away Li Zhangqing's fish drum so that he can preserve his life and live." They were completely avoiding the important and dwelling on the trivial. Not only did they not mention that Yi Fan was almost pushed out of the five-colored sacrificial altar and was almost swept away by the storm, they also mentioned that Yi Fan's actions were equivalent to harming his classmate's life. After listening to them, Yi Fan calmly smiled and said, "Actually, you three don't have to worry. I don't want to argue with him." His entire body was wrapped in a divine radiance, giving others a hazy feeling. His surroundings were spotless, making everyone feel tranquil and auspicious. "However, I have to correct you. It was Li Zhangqing and others who almost killed me. It's not me who wants to harm his life as you guys always say. This matter is obvious to all." Yi Fan swept a few glances at Lu Yunji and the others and said, "There are many students here who didn't obtain anything from the Great Thunderclap Temple, but they are still alive and well. Why? Because not long ago, everyone was sharing the god's relic in their hands. I took away Li Zhangqing's fish drum because I don't want him to have something to rely on. He can instigate people to steal my things, and he can also do the same to others. You guys don't have to worry about his safety. We are all classmates, so we can share the divine objects in our hands and support each other. He will definitely be safe and sound. Of course, if you guys don't want to share the copper bell, incense burner, and Vajra pestle with him, then let him stay by my side. I definitely won't disregard our friendship." Yi Fan first pointed out the root of the matter and went straight to the point. After that, he mentioned sharing the god's relics. Although he didn't say much, everyone could naturally relate that it was his suggestion not long ago that allowed many people to escape the calamity. After that, he lightly cut Lu Yunji and the other two students, making everyone speechless. Zhou Yi was also standing at the front. Other than the initial objection to Yi Fan taking away the fish drum, he had been listening quietly throughout the whole process and didn't express any opinion. Only now did he speak again and said, "Li Zhangqing is indeed in the wrong. It's not too much to punish him. But Yi Fan, isn't it a bit of a waste for you to have two gods' relics? You should know that there are many students here who don't even have a single remnant." Zhou Yi's family had a certain background, but he had never made people feel that he was arrogant. He had always been scholarly and easygoing. Now that he pointed out this problem, Pang Bo immediately frowned, but he couldn't refute anything. "I'm even willing to share the ancient bronze lamp in my hand with everyone. Now that I've taken this fish drum, I naturally have to consider things from this aspect." Yi Fan smiled and waved to a male student behind him, saying, "I'll give you Zhang Xiling. If there's any danger, you must remember to share it with the person next to you." This student named Zhang Xiling had been standing behind Yi Fan and Pang Bo. Their relationship had been forged on the football field back then, so they were closer than other students. Although he didn't make a move like Pang Bo just now, he was clearly on Yifan's side. Yifan's decision was very sudden. The corner of Zhou Yi's mouth twitched, but he didn't say anything. Lu Yunji immediately frowned, and the female student beside him immediately objected, saying, "Many of the male students here have gained something from the Tempest Temple. Comparatively speaking, there aren't many female students who have found Buddhist artifacts. I think you should have a female classmate." As she spoke, she hinted at a female student behind her. Pang Bo revealed a sarcastic expression and said, "What's the difference between classmates? Those who have the relics of the gods have to share it with others. It doesn't matter who you give it to. Are you not willing to help others?" Selectively ignoring and focusing on offensive things, Pang Bo gave her a taste of her own medicine. With a mocking expression on his face, the female student choked and became angry. Her face alternated between green and white as she said, "Don't misinterpret my meaning." Zhang Xiling very naturally stepped forward and took the fish drum from Yifan. Both of them didn't say anything. Everything was understood without words. Yifan directly ignored Lu Yunji and didn't even look at him. He asked Zhou Yi, "What do you think?" "I don't have any objections. We're in trouble now, so we should help each other. I hope there won't be any more unpleasant things happening." Zhou Yi said these words very calmly, and then said nothing else. The surrounding students saw all this and experienced the subtle situation just now. Although it seemed peaceful, there were a few invisible confrontations, but all of them were easily resolved by Yifan. This reminded people of Yifan when he was still a student. Back then, he was very easygoing and indifferent when it was time to be peaceful, and when it was time to show off his abilities, he was not careless. He never caused trouble, but he was even more unafraid of trouble coming to him. Pang Bo held the bronze plaque of the Tempest Temple, looked at Lu Yunji and the others in front of him, and said, "Yifan doesn't care about the things that others do to him, but there are some things that I have to say. Heaven is watching what people do. At this point, I think we can no longer deny the existence of gods. It's better for people to be more righteous, and don't do those things that can't see the light of day." This was tantamount to slapping the faces of those in front of him, but no one could say anything because he was standing on the side of reason. Lu Yunji was as calm as an ancient well, without any expression of embarrassment. He only nodded and said, "Well said. We must avoid such things from happening again in the future." Lin Jia and Wang Ziwen stood at the back, both of them maintaining a neutral stance. Just now, they didn't express any opinions, but now they spoke up one after another. "In order to avoid further unpleasantness, I think we should have a good discussion. Right now, we should determine how those who have gained something from the Tempest Temple should help others, and how many people each person should help." Li Xiaoman didn't say anything from beginning to end. She was watching Yifan not far away, watching him calmly resolve everything. Her eyes were very calm, and she didn't express anything. She didn't help either side. Beside her, Cade's understanding of Mandarin was very ordinary. It was only now that he completely understood what had happened. This foreigner was secretly speechless. Bang! Suddenly, a shattering sound was heard, and everyone was shocked. The light curtain protecting the five-colored altar had been pierced, and something had drilled in. Everyone looked in that direction. A jet of black light was extremely fast, and with a "pu" sound, it pierced through the forehead of a male student. A flower of blood splattered, and the male student's eyes were wide open. He fell to the ground on his back, and no longer made a sound. If it weren't for the light curtain, this terrifying thing would have been completely silent, and no one would have been able to detect the attack of the jet of black light. Thinking of the few people who had been ambushed and killed not long ago, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. That jet of black light was hidden in the darkness, and it was impossible to detect it. The appearance of the jet of black light was tantamount to announcing the arrival of the Grim Reaper. Waves of terrified screams rang out, and the altar was in a mess. Those who didn't have the relics of the gods frantically pounced on Lu Yunji, Zhou Yi, Wang Ziwen, and the others. They grabbed hold of them, unwilling to let go, and used their Buddhist tools. Roar! Suddenly, a bone-chilling sound came from within the storm. It was earth-shattering, and even the thunderous sandstorm was suppressed by it. It's the Tempest Temple. At this moment, many people's faces turned pale. They could tell where the sound came from. It was from the Tempest Temple. The Tempest Temple has been destroyed. Could it be that there's something under the Tempest Temple? As soon as Pang Bo said this, many people's scalps went numb, and they felt waves of horror. Chapter 20. A bone-chilling roar came from the direction of the Big Layin Temple. It was as if an ancient giant beast had broken the earth and broken free from its seal. Its roar shook the mountains and rivers, shaking the stars and moon, making everyone tremble from the bottom of their souls. However, everything became quiet again. The terrifying roar returned to normal, and only the rumbling sound of the sandstorm could be heard outside the five-colored altar. What is that? Are there other creatures on Mars? Legend has it that Buddha suppressed many demons and ghosts. Maybe the place where he sealed them is near the Big Layin Temple. Just a few words of discussion was enough to make everyone shudder. As a modern city dweller, they had never believed in such legends. Today, they had experienced so many unbelievable things. At this moment, they thought of an even more terrifying legend. Everyone's heart was in turmoil. If their guesses were true, then their situation would be extremely worrying. The Big Layin Temple had already been reduced to ashes. There was no longer a Buddha or a deity there. If they had to face the demons in the legends alone, their fates could be imagined. Today, our thoughts have been constantly impacted, and it is hard to bear. The demons and ghosts in the past might appear in front of us in the flesh. Thinking of all the possibilities that were about to happen, everyone felt a chill in their hearts, and their bodies turned cold. The endless possibilities and the unknown fate made people feel fear and worry. At this moment, there was still a cold corpse lying in front of everyone. Fresh blood stained the ground, and a faint smell of blood lingered. This reminded everyone that the situation was very bad. The unknown thing had appeared again and taken a fresh life in front of everyone. TSK. An inexplicable sound came from the corpse's skull, which made many people nervous. Chomp. It sounded like the sound of eating and chewing, and it was very uncomfortable to listen to. After all, it was a human skull. The unknown creature seemed to be eating inside, which made many people's hair stand on end. Creak, creak. The sound of bones being ground rang out, as if sharp teeth were cutting the skull. The atmosphere suddenly became tense and oppressive. No one spoke anymore, and the five-colored altar suddenly became quiet. Many people did not even dare to breathe loudly. It was extremely quiet, and a horrifying atmosphere filled the air. This was a type of torment. The sound of eating and the sound of a skull being crushed were connected together like a hellish song, tormenting one's mind. Many girls covered their mouths, wanting to cry but not daring to make a sound. This kind of scene almost made them collapse. Of course, not everyone was afraid. Those who possessed the relic of a god were more or less confident. Pang Bo had always been fierce, but at this moment, he felt very oppressed. He dragged the bronze plaque of the Tempest Temple and was about to smash the head open. Yi Fan stopped him and said, "Don't act rashly." Pooh. At that moment, blood flowed out from the hole in the forehead of the corpse lying in the pool of blood, as well as a white liquid. Many people felt disgusted as brain matter flowed out. Then, a black awl-like head popped out from the bloody hole. It was small, sharp, and covered in scales. What is that? Everyone involuntarily took a few steps back. Even Yi Fan and Pang Bo took a few steps back. It was a strange crocodile-like creature that had drilled out from the bloody hole in the corpse. Not only was its body stained with blood, but there was also white brain matter, which made people's scalps go numb. It was less than 10 centimeters long and only as thick as a finger. It looked like a snake, but it was not a snake. It looked like a crocodile, but it did not have legs. Its abdomen was bare, and its whole body was covered in black scales. It was eerie, like an evil creature from the netherworld. Blood and brain matter stained its black scales. It was a ghastly sight, and many people felt extremely uncomfortable. A cold fear arose in their hearts. After this unknown creature drilled out of the bloody hole, it crawled on top of the corpse's head. Its pair of small eyes emitted an extremely cold glint as it quietly stared at everyone. It was like a high-level intelligent life form, not a low-level life form. 7 students, classmates of 4 years, and a few fresh lives, were gone forever. They were actually devoured by this incomparably ugly creature. Its eyes were incomparably malicious. It coldly swept its gaze over everyone like a vengeful spirit. It didn't seem like it was looking at an equal existence, but more like it was sizing up its own food. Motherf * King 3-inch nail, you're not even as big as a mouse, yet you dared to kill 7 of my classmates. This daddy will smash you to death. Pang Bo lifted the great thunderclap temple's bronze plaque and swung it fiercely, aiming straight for that cold-blooded unknown creature. Thunderous sounds rang out as rays of light shot into the sky. The bronze plaque shone with tens of thousands of rays of light. Lightning surged forward and danced in the air, interweaving into an inescapable net. Whoosh! However, this unknown creature was extremely fast. It seemed to know how powerful it was and turned into a streak of black light as it rushed out to avoid that dazzling light. Yi Fan walked forward with the ancient bronze lamp in his hand. He blew at the wick with all his might, and a blazing divine flame immediately gushed out and surged forward. That malevolent creature, which was only as thick as a finger and 10 centimeters in length, let out a mournful cry. Its voice was so loud that it shocked everyone. It was like the scream of a malicious spirit, causing people's eardrums to ring and chills to run down their spines. It was hard to imagine how such a small-scaled body could emit such a loud and terrifying sound. The flame from the wick that Yi Fan blew out pounced out for 3 meters, but it didn't truly engulf that unknown creature. It only slightly brushed against its tail, causing its scales to fall off on the spot, and half of its scorched tail to fall off. It viciously stared at Yi Fan with an expression like a human. It was incomparably malevolent, and it opened its mouth to reveal dense, sharp teeth that flickered with a cold, snow-white light. It continuously growled at Yi Fan in a low voice. What the hell is this thing? Many students at the back were very afraid. Even though they had divine artifacts, they didn't dare to go forward. You 3-inch nail, your eyes are so vicious. I'm going to smash you into pieces. Pang Bo wasn't afraid at all. He was very fierce. He raised the great thunderclap temple's bronze plaque and rushed over, saying, You killed 7 of my classmates, and now I've only broken one of your rotten tails. Go to hell. Pang Bo's entire body was enveloped by the glaring light emitted by the bronze plaque. He was like an enraged god of war, and his aura was oppressive. The bronze plaque vibrated, and Buddhist chants shook the sky, emitting rumbling sounds. Meanwhile, Yi Fan was on the other side of the terrifying creature that only had half of its body left. The flame from the divine lamp rushed out like a furious dragon, and the scorching temperature seemed to have scorched the air. At this moment, Zhou Yi, Wang Ziwen, and the others also rushed over from the back. At the same time, they raised the divine artifacts that they had obtained and slashed at the malevolent crocodile-like creature. Although it was being chased and intercepted, this creature was too fast. It was like a black bolt of lightning, constantly passing through the 5-colored sacrificial altar. It was very difficult for them to touch it. Mournful cries rang out. This malevolent and terrifying creature was being chased by everyone. It seemed to be incomparably resentful and angry, and its cries didn't stop. It was like the wailing of a malicious ghost from the netherworld. Cha! The sound of something piercing through the light barrier could be heard. Several ugly crocodile-like creatures had successfully pierced through the light barrier outside the 5-colored sacrificial altar. All of them were no more than 10 centimeters long, and they were no different from the first one. Their eyes were as cold as those of evil spirits, as if they had an irreconcilable hatred for everyone. Why are there so many of them? Just what kind of creature is this? Is Mars their nest? Everyone felt a sense of helplessness. They weren't gods, so they didn't know how to use the artifacts in their hands. They could only rely on the light emitted by the Buddhist artifacts to block the killing intent. Now that so many malevolent creatures had appeared, it was impossible to eliminate them all. At this moment, a rustling sound rang out. Outside the light barrier, there were hundreds of malevolent creatures that looked like crocodiles. Behind Yi Fan and the others, those who didn't make a move or were timid had already started to tremble. If so many malevolent creatures were to rush in together, even the relics of gods might not be able to defend against them. Pang Bo, stop chasing. Let's gather together. Yi Fan shouted to Pang Bo. Now that so many malevolent creatures had appeared, it was impossible to kill them all. Defense was the best strategy right now. They only needed to wait for the five-colored sacrificial altar to accumulate enough energy to open up the ancient starry sky path. Roar! Suddenly, a soul-shaking roar came from the direction of the Great Lane Temple. Following this soul-shaking roar, the sandstorm outside seemed to have stopped. There was no other sound in this world except for the surging roar of the beasts. The earth shook continuously, and the five-colored sacrificial altar shook. The sandstorm outside was completely suppressed. The Great Lane Temple is the nest of malevolent creatures, someone said with a trembling voice. Everyone looked outside the light barrier. More and more terrifying creatures were gathering, and they seemed to be coming from the direction of the Great Lane Temple. There were jet-black scales everywhere, and they were densely packed. There were at least tens of thousands of them. Boom! Suddenly, everyone felt the earth shake violently. Following that, an extremely horrifying aura came from 1,000 meters away. It was so strong that it reached the heavens and the earth. Even though there was a sandstorm outside, everyone could still see two terrifying lantern-like eyes appear in the ruins of the Great Lane Temple, piercing through the dark space. It was as if a volcano had erupted there. Rocks as big as houses fell heavily near the five-colored sacrificial altar. The sound was earth-shattering. It's the foundation of the Great Lane Temple. It's collapsed. Something terrible is coming out from underground. If that was the case, even if everyone had a few relics left behind by gods, they might not be able to use them. I think I know what this alligator-like malevolent creature is. A female student said with a trembling voice. Buddhism was the most revered in the Tibetan area. Almost everyone believed in it. This female student had been to Tibet and visited important places of Buddhism such as the Jianghu Temple and the Jianghu Temple. She had heard some legends from an old Tibetan there. It was said that the Great Lane Temple, where Buddha lived, was not some kind or pure land. Instead, it suppressed many peerless demons. Among them, the first level suppressed the crocodile ancestor. It was an ancient divine crocodile with boundless magical power, but it was eventually suppressed by Buddha. You're saying that there are many peerless demons suppressed under the Great Lane Temple? That's what the old Tibetan who believed in Buddhism said. After hearing all that, everyone felt a chill run down their spine. If that was true, the crocodile ancestor was about to be born in the Great Lane Temple, and these ugly and ferocious creatures were its descendants. Yi Fan frowned and said, I've seen some records in an ancient text. In that text, there was a type of a crocodile without claws. Its body was as hard as diamond, and it could fly in the sky and burrow underground. It could easily pierce through flesh and was known as the divine crocodile. Zhou Yi nodded and said, I've also seen similar ancient texts. It was said that according to the records of Buddhism, the divine crocodile ancestor was suppressed by Buddha. Since then, its descendants had never appeared in the world again. Everyone felt that it was unreal. Some legends were heard as stories in the past, but now they had to witness it with their own eyes. It was both shocking and frightening. That old Tibetan said that the crocodile ancestor was suppressed in the first level of the Great Lane Temple. Does that mean there's a second level, a third level? A female student asked with a trembling voice. No one answered. If the crocodile ancestor was really born, it was enough to wipe them all out. Rustling sounds could be heard. Thousands of small crocodiles appeared outside the five-colored altar and were trying their best to drill in. Boom! Suddenly, the five-colored altar shook, and ancient runes of 5 colors appeared in the sky. They were like shining stars, and the 8 trigrams of Tai Chi was about to appear. This was a sign that the ancient path to the stars was about to open. However, at the same time, a terrifying tremor came from the ruins of the Great Lane Temple thousands of meters away. The lantern-like crimson eye rose several meters. It was obvious that it was breaking free from the shackles of the underground palace and was rushing out of the ground. Escape from here, escape from Mars. This was what everyone was thinking. Many people were praying, hoping that the ancient path to the stars would be opened as soon as possible. Even if they had to float in the lonely universe forever, it would be more reassuring than staying here. Chapter 21. The 8 trigrams diagram ran through the ancient history of China and originated very early. How it was created and what was its purpose was still a fascinating mystery to this day. It had been used to prove and calculate the orbital speed of stars. Even the creation of the computer binary system was related to it. It could be said to be extremely mysterious. To this day, the profound meaning contained in the ancient Tai Chi 8 trigrams diagram had still not been deciphered, but people had made many bold conjectures and speculations. Some people once said that it represented the unknown potential, and that it could be used to deduce and calculate all kinds of possibilities in the future. Of course, it had to be a perfect deduction in order to roughly calculate the future potential. Otherwise, if there was a mistake in the calculation, the whole game would be lost. Some people also said that it depicted the essence of the universe in the most concise way, and that every symbol was the most original thing. Some people even boldly proposed a hypothesis that the Tai Chi 8 trigrams diagram was related to time and space. The 8 symbols of the 8 trigrams diagram were the coordinates of the starry sky, and different combinations represented different star fields. According to this hypothesis, the coordinates of any star in the universe could be determined, and the Tai Chi 8 trigrams diagram was equivalent to the starry gate, which could be connected to a wormhole. According to this speculation, the Tai Chi 8 trigrams diagram was a stable structure. If enough energy could be provided, the coordinates of a certain starry sky could be determined, and after complex and precise calculations, the starry gate could be opened. However, this complexity was unimaginable. It involved a strange formation, and this so-called formation had not been recognized. It was also at the stage of deduction and hypothesis. The formation itself was related to space, and it was still far from being conquered. It was extremely mysterious and complicated. One could imagine how elusive it was to build the starry gate, the Tai Chi 8 trigrams diagram. It could be said that it would be impossible to achieve in a very long time. At this moment, Yi Fan and the others were fortunate enough to see the construction process of the Tai Chi 8 trigrams diagram again. If people who had been deducing and researching the starry gate for many years saw this, they would definitely go crazy because this was a great testimony. Unfortunately, Yi Fan and the others did not have such thoughts. They now had a strong sense of survival crisis, and they only wanted to escape as soon as possible because the shadow of death was always shrouding them. The ruins of the Great Tempest Temple, which was 1,000 meters away, had temporarily quietened down. However, the horrifying aura was still surging towards them. Moreover, the pair of lantern-like blood-red eyes were staring at them without blinking. It was especially terrifying in the darkness, causing people's hearts to tremble. The 8 trigrams diagram in the sky had already taken shape. It had the density and texture of metal, as if it had been forged from refined gold essence. Around it, the space was distorted and the light was misty. The 8 trigrams corresponding to Qian, Kun, Sun, Dui, Zhen, Zhen, Li, and Qin emitted light one after another. It was like a set of mysterious and ancient codes were flickering. The 8 divinatory symbols had already flashed hundreds and thousands of times, carrying out complicated arrangements and combinations, but they still couldn't light up at the same time. In the end, they actually slowly dimmed. The huge Tai Chi diagram was trembling, showing signs of collapsing. How could this be? Many people were terrified. If they couldn't open the ancient starry sky path, it would mean death for them. The light curtain covering the 5-colored altar was so dim that it almost didn't have any light. Only a faint multicolored light flowed towards the 8 trigrams diagram in the sky. Seeing this scene, everyone knew why. Constructing the 8 trigrams diagram or opening the starry sky door requires a sufficient and stable supply of mysterious energy. However, we don't have enough energy right now. What should we do? Are we really going to die here? The crocodile ancestor was far away, and the small crocodiles were close by. A huge death net had already spread out towards everyone. Bang! More than 10 small crocodiles had already drilled into the light curtain and started to attack everyone. The incense burner, the vajra, the copper bell, the fish drum, and the other relics of the deities all shone with dazzling light, resisting the attacks of the divine crocodiles. However, the power of the crocodiles was so strong that everyone couldn't help but retreat. Crack, crack, crack. Outside the five-colored altar, the ground was covered with scales. Tens of thousands of divine crocodiles were continuously attacking the light curtain. More cracking sounds were heard. In just a short moment, more than 100 small crocodiles had successfully broken through. These seemingly small but extremely ferocious species were extremely terrifying. They could fly in the sky and burrow into the ground. Each of these divine crocodiles was like a sharp sword with extremely powerful penetrative power. We can't go on like this. If we continue to defend passively like this, we will die here sooner or later. Pang Bo shouted. The bronze plaque of the Great Thunderclap Temple shook continuously with thousands of lights forming a light curtain that protected 3 or 4 people. Although it could temporarily ensure their safety, no one could predict what would happen in the long run. You don't move for now. I will go out and try first. Yi Fan warned Pang Bo while he himself no longer passively defended. He held the ancient lamp and strode forward. Immediately, dozens of divine crocodiles pierced towards him. Dozens of black lights were like bolts of lightning. They were extremely fast and ruthless. They were like nails hammered into the light curtain of the ancient lamp and forcefully squeezed in. Whoosh! Yi Fan quietly waited for the dozens of divine crocodiles to get close before blowing towards the wick of the ancient lamp. Immediately, a blazing light shot up into the sky. Within a radius of 5 or 6 meters around him, the entire area was drowned in divine flames. A charred smell immediately wafted outwards. Miserable screams rose and fell. When the flames slowly retreated, Yi Fan was untainted by even a speck of dust. Streaks of bright radiance curled around him, as if he was an immortal descending from the heavens. Around him was a ground of scales. Several dozen divine crocodiles were almost completely burned to death. A few of the ferocious creatures that were lucky enough to escape this disaster were also almost burnt to a crisp. Their bodies were no longer whole as they stared at Yi Fan in the distance. They let out a low growl that sent shivers down one's spine. Good burn. Pang Bo shouted from behind. He was about to rush over and attack as well. However, he was tightly held by 3 people beside him. They were 3 people with pale faces. They didn't have any treasures left behind by the gods. Without the protection of the bronze plaque of the Great Thunderclap Temple, they would have died for sure. Kacha kacha. The cracking sound came again. This time, 500 to 600 divine crocodiles broke through the light screen and rushed in. Each of them was awe-inspiring. Their small bodies seemed to be condensed with demonic power. Their sharp teeth gleamed coldly, and their eyes were frightening. All of them fearlessly rushed over and circled around Yi Fan. No, Yi Fan alone can't deal with so many black nails. I have to go help him. Pang Bo wanted to go over again. But, what should we do? The 3 people beside him looked pale as they looked at Pang Bo with a pleading expression. Of course I won't let you guys die. Pang Bo turned around to look at Wang Ziwen, Lu Yunji, and the others behind him and said, You guys protect the 3 of them. I have to go help Yi Fan. Also, it would be best to send a few more people. This kind of passive defense is not the way to go. Okay, I will go with you. Zhou Yi stepped forward. Pang Bo had always disliked Zhou Yi, thinking that he was a schemer. However, he had to admit that this elegant man had a certain boldness at critical moments. At this time, the seemingly gentle Wang Ziwen also walked forward and said to the people behind him, Bring 1 or 2 more people. The remaining relics of the gods are enough to protect everyone. However, the girls should not come. Facing such ferocious creatures, with the weak nature of the girls, they would probably be weak at the knees. Even if they had Buddhist artifacts in their hands, they might not be able to help. Clang! Pangbo swung the Great Lane Temple's bronze plaque and smashed it heavily on the five-colored altar. Suddenly, a violent surge surged forward. This was a wave of light condensed into a raging wave. It rushed out for 7 to 8 meters and immediately submerged a large group of godly alligators. The cries of the divine crocodiles made one's scalp go numb. It was like a group of evil spirits being refined. Wisps of white smoke floated up, and the ground was littered with corpses. This was a large-scale attack. It was not like the first time he faced a divine crocodile alone and could not catch up with its speed. Now, with so many ferocious creatures surging forward, a casual swing of the bronze plaque could crush hundreds of them. Dang! The melodious sound of a bell rang out like the bell of an ancient temple deep in the mountains. It gave people a feeling of deep tranquility. The broken bronze bell in Wang Ziwen's hand shone with 1,000 rays of golden light, and visible ripples vibrated out. It looked gentle like water ripples, but when it came into contact with those divine crocodiles that were rushing forward, it was like a butcher's knife. Every golden ripple could cut a divine crocodile in half. PFFF, PFFF, PFFF. The sound of PFFF, PFFF, PFFF rang out continuously. In the blink of an eye, dozens of divine crocodiles were cut in half, and fresh blood flowed down the ground. This kind of bloody scene was extremely terrifying. However, countless divine crocodiles were not afraid of death. Now, there were already close to 1,000 small crocodiles rushing in. They were densely packed, and one after another, black light shot out and interweaved into a sickle net of the Grim Reaper. Bang! Zhou Yi used the purple gold alms bowl to continuously smash the crocodiles, sweeping out a large expanse of Buddhist light and crushing countless scales. A large number of corpses were left on the ground. It was a tragic sight to behold. Many of the small crocodiles had already been turned into minced meat. This was an extremely tragic scene. In order to survive, everyone was willing to risk everything. Soon, the altar was dyed red with blood, and the pungent smell of blood permeated the air. A faint mist of blood floated up, as if it was an azurous field. At this time, 2 screams suddenly came from behind. 2 students were lying in a pool of blood. Each of their heads had many bloody holes, and their bodies were covered with ugly little crocodiles. Everyone felt a wave of sorrow. Life and death were no longer in their control. Even though they were struggling bitterly, 2 more students had died tragically. The 2 of them were holding the relic of a deity, but just now, there were 300 to 400 divine crocodiles rushing at them. The impact was so great that the 2 of them were directly sent flying. They lost their grip on the Buddhist tool and fell to the side. The 2 of them were immediately drowned by the small crocodiles, dying tragically on the spot. Don't let go even if you die. Lin Jia shouted, reminding everyone. Many people were already rolling back and forth from the impact. Moreover, because they were holding the Buddhist tool together, their movements were restricted, and it was extremely dangerous. Another 2 screams were heard. A male and female student were lying in a pool of blood, drenched in fresh blood. It was a tragic sight to behold. Their eyes were wide open, and they died with remaining grievances. The people in the rear hurriedly gathered together and began to attack while defending together. They held the relic of a deity and hacked at the divine crocodiles. The situation finally stabilized for the time being. Kill. Lu Yunji's complexion was somewhat pale. His character was gloomy, and he was not very courageous. However, at this time, he also rushed out with the Vajra staff in hand. In Buddhist legends, this was an extremely powerful sacred object that could destroy the enemy as easily as killing chickens and dogs. It was indestructible, and it symbolized invincibility. It was a scepter that was used by venerable saints with a true Buddhist nature. Lightning danced in the air, and brilliant lights flickered. The divine radiance around Lu Yunji was glaring. The Vajra staff swept across as if it was sweeping away 1,000 soldiers. Immediately, blood and countless broken scales were left on the ground, and a large number of divine crocodiles were crushed. The power of the Vajra staff was evident. At this time, the foreigner, Cade, also rushed over. His mouth was shouting non-stop while holding a broken wooden fish, and he was beating it randomly. God is merciful. Although he was shouting like this, his hands were not careless. The broken wooden fish looked like it would fall apart at any time, but it had a mysterious power. There were 3 bodhisattvas engraved on it. At this time, all of them had manifested into light and shadows. They appeared around the foreigner Cade and swept away the surrounding divine crocodiles. Lord, are these the angels you sent? Quickly kill these devils from hell. At this incomparably tense moment, the foreigner suddenly spoke fluent Chinese and shouted non-stop. Yellow-haired devil, what you are holding is the object of Buddha. Don't talk nonsense. At this moment of life and death, Pang Bo was actually amused by him. After Cade shouted for a while, he said, God said that all living beings are equal. My Lord is merciful, and bodhisattvas are angels, Bulsh *t, all living beings are equal. My Buddha is merciful. That's what Buddha said. Okay. The conversation between the two also created a different atmosphere on the altar, which was filled with the aura of death. The blood on the altar turned into spots of blood light, broke through the light curtain, and floated toward the sky. They gathered toward the already unstable Tai Chi 8 diagrams, causing the disintegrating starry gate to flicker with brilliance again. Obviously, everyone had noticed this situation, and they immediately showed a look of excitement. Kill, the more we kill, the better. This kind of divine crocodile is the descendant of a great demon. In essence, there is divine blood flowing in its body, condensing divine power, and through the altar, it can be transformed into the mysterious energy needed by the Tai Chi 8 diagrams. That's right, this 5-colored stone altar is originally an altar. In the distant past, it must have considered the situation of blood sacrifice. The Tai Chi 8 diagrams in the sky became clearer and brighter, as if it was cast from metal. The brilliance continued to shine, and the 8 symbols of the 8 diagrams flickered. After changing countless times in a complicated order, they were all about to light up and open the ancient starry sky road. But it was also at this time that the Tempest Temple's horrifying aura shot up to the sky. The ground completely cracked, and a giant creature soared into the sky, shaking the sky. Almost instantly, everyone felt as if their souls were about to leave their bodies, and everyone almost collapsed on the altar. 2 giant eyes that looked like lanterns approached from afar, and they were closing in. That's the crocodile ancestor that was suppressed by Buddha under the Tempest Temple. Now that it has escaped, who in this world can suppress it? Everyone felt like they had fallen into an ice cellar, and they felt completely hopeless. Even if there was a bodhisattva, he might not be able to subdue such a giant demon, unless Buddha himself came. Was he really going to be spared by this legendary fiendish demon at the last moment? Quang Dang. At this moment, the bronze coffin on the 5-colored altar suddenly let out a trembling sound. The 2 eyes that looked like lanterns suddenly froze, as if they were surprised and did not move forward. Chapter 22. Everyone's spirit was exhausted. Just now, their souls almost left their bodies. The roar of the unparalleled crocodile ancestor had an incredible power. It seemed to be able to absorb people's souls. If it wasn't for the strange metallic sound from the ancient bronze coffin, perhaps everyone here would have died. A tragic aura surged over from afar like a tsunami. Although the great fiendish demon that had escaped from the great thunderclap underground had stopped advancing, the aura it naturally emitted was still unbearable. It made one's soul tremble. The murderous aura surged and shook the sky. The sandstorm instantly stopped because of it. In the darkness, 2 lantern-like bloody eyes stared at this place without blinking. Its body couldn't be seen clearly. There, black clouds rolled, covering the moon and stars, and shrouding the sky. Although it didn't approach, the aura of this unparalleled demonic ancestor was still unbearable for mortals. Many people on the 5-colored altar almost fell to the ground. Even with the relics of the gods in hand, they couldn't resist it. Was this the great demon that was personally suppressed by the Buddha? It was an existence of myths and legends, but they actually saw it in reality. It really appeared not far away. It was like a dream. As a modern city dweller, they had never seen such a terrifying scene. Everyone felt it was so unreal. What they saw and heard at this moment was really shocking. Now that the crocodile ancestor had escaped, countless years had passed. The heavenly palace had collapsed, and the great thunderous sound temple had long been abandoned. Things remained the same, but people had changed. Without the gods, who could suppress it? Roar! Suddenly, the crocodile ancestor let out a thunderous roar. It was like 10,000 thunderclaps were ringing in their ears. Among the people present, some immediately fell to the ground. It wasn't a real attack, just the vibration of the sound waves. But even so, it was unbearable. Several people's ears and nose were bleeding. Sha sounds came. Outside the five-colored altar, there was a dense black mass. Countless divine crocodiles gathered and quickly broke through the light curtain, rushing to the five-colored altar. It was the crocodile ancestor who ordered these little crocodiles. It seemed to be afraid of the bronze coffin heart, so it let these descendants test it. Get up quickly. A few students were lying on the ground, bleeding from their ears and noses. They were exhausted and couldn't move. They couldn't even hold the Buddhist weapons in their hands. One could imagine how terrifying that roar was. As the crowd shouted, a few people finally stood up. However, there were still 2 people who were a step too late. The godly crocodiles that rushed over like a tidal wave directly drowned them. There was no miracle. 2 muffled groans rang out as the deity's relic left their hands. In the blink of an eye, 2 fresh lives were lost forever. Blood splashed everywhere as the divine crocodiles drilled into their torsos and heads. The red blood and white brain matter were especially glaring. The others couldn't save him in time. They were surrounded by thousands of divine crocodiles, and they couldn't even look after themselves. Up until now, a total of 13 people had lost their lives, and the remaining 17 were also in imminent danger. Life was unpredictable, and death could come at any time. Light flashed, and everyone was waving the god's relic in their hands to fend off the cold-blooded killers around them. They wanted to open up a path of survival. Even the naturally weak female students had long since forgotten to cry. At this moment, they had no choice but to fight with their lives on the line. However, the most dangerous thing still happened. All those who used Buddhist artifacts fell into a dangerous situation. They weren't nimble enough and were restricted. Ow-ho! In the distance, the ancestral crocodile released a roar. Seeing that the copper coffin didn't have any abnormal reactions, its aura overflowed into the heavens. It spat out clouds and mist as it slowly approached. The basin-sized blood-colored eyes flickered with light in the darkness like 2 bloody suns hanging in the sky. When it closed in, everyone found it difficult to stand. That kind of bitter aura was definitely condensed from the slaughter of tens of thousands of creatures. It made everyone's 3 souls and 7 spirits tremble as if they wanted to rush out of their flesh shells. The distance was less than 10 meters, but they still couldn't see its body clearly. They could only see 2 bloody eyes. Everyone was almost in despair. Woo-woo. Suddenly, a wave of demonic wind surged between heaven and earth. It was like the wailing of ghosts and the howling of deities. It was several times more violent than the sandstorm just now, as if there were tens of thousands of lightning bolts splitting the heaven and earth. In that monstrous black mist, a huge black hand reached down and grabbed toward the 5-colored altar. Its shape was no different from a human's hand, but it was too big. Just its fingers were 7 or 8 meters long. It was shiny black and awe-inspiring, and many people were scared out of their wits. This was the unparalleled great demon that Buddha had personally suppressed. Even though it had been suppressed for countless years, it was still earth-shattering and incomparable when it was born. And at this time, the Tai Chi 8 trigrams in the sky finally took shape. It was completed by the divine power contained in the divine crocodile's blood. The 8 trigram symbols shone at the same time, emitting dazzling light. The starry gate appeared again. Boom! With a muffled vibration, the Tai Chi 8 trigrams completely opened like a door, revealing a mysterious and huge passage. It was unknown where it led to, but it was pitch black inside. The huge hand that reached over was pushed to the side by a mysterious power. At the same time, the 9 huge dragon corpses that were originally silent and motionless suddenly trembled. Even though the dragons that stood side by side with the gods had already become cold corpses, they could not be blasphemed at this moment. A powerful draconic aura spread out, and all the divine crocodiles on the 5-colored altar trembled in fear. They lay on the ground, and then their bodies were like sifting chaff. They were completely intimidated, and in the end, they quickly retreated like the tide. The altar was left with crocodile corpses and a few human corpses on the ground. In an instant, the place became quiet. "Come, let's enter the bronze coffin." Yi Fan was the first to stand up, and then he helped Pang Bo up. It was not that they were weak, but the great demon was too extraordinary. Just that aura alone was enough to kill ordinary people. The monstrous demonic aura could completely shake mortals to death. Everyone stood up shakily. They all agreed to enter the bronze coffin. The starry gate had already been opened, and it was impossible to move forward on the ancient starry path with just their bodies. Entering the bronze coffin was a helpless choice. The bronze coffin was demonic and made people uneasy, but they had no choice but to rely on it at the moment. In the darkness, the progenitor crocodile's eyes became colder, and its bloody eyes were like the hanging sun. Suddenly, it shot out 2 dazzling bloody lights, intersecting and sealing the 8 trigrams diagram in the sky. Seeing this scene, everyone's expression changed. This great demon was not willing to give up in the end. It displayed the heavenly demon mystic method. It wanted to seal the ancient starry path and block everyone's way. At the same time, the black hand reached down again, easily breaking through the dim light shield, and grabbed towards the altar. Everyone was shocked. They quickly entered the bronze coffin and retreated. The black hand grabbed downwards. Its target was not the crowd, but the ancient bronze coffin. Clang! The black hand grabbed the bronze coffin, making a clang sound. Everyone's heart sank. This progenitor crocodile's power was monstrous, and only a Buddha could suppress it. If the mysterious bronze coffin did not react, they really had no other way. Just as everyone was feeling horrified, progenitor crocodile's black hand flew away as if avoiding a snake or scorpion. There was actually bright demon blood flowing between his fingers, like a small river falling on the altar, blooming with blood-colored splendor, as if his palm and fingers were injured by the bronze coffin. But the ancient coffin did not move, still lying on the altar quietly. Not far away, a cold sneer came. It was the progenitor crocodile gritting its teeth, and the sound made everyone's scalp numb. What should we do? The ancient starry path has been sealed by this giant demon. How can we leave? Many people were panicking. There was hope to escape, but the path was blocked. It was frightening and anxious. Energy. We need the mysterious energy to open the ancient starry path. What's going on? The relics of the gods in our hands are losing their divine halos. Someone exclaimed. At this moment, whether it was Yi Fan's bronze lamp, Pang Bo's Tempest Temple's bronze plaque, or Zhou Yi and the others' alms bowls, the divine halos contained in them were flowing out continuously and gathered together. Suddenly, a cold laughter that sounded like the cry of an owl rang out. Right outside the bronze coffin, a figure that was nearly 2 meters tall abruptly appeared. Everyone was taken aback. All kinds of divine halos that were flowing out of the relics of the gods were rushing toward this place. This figure had a monstrous demonic aura, and the surrounding black fog was tumbling. It was hard to see the appearance, but everyone could sense that it must be the progenitor crocodile. It actually manifested on the altar and wanted to enter the bronze coffin. He ignored everyone, and the 2 bloody eyes stared straight at the coffin within the coffin. This was a character who had fought with the Buddha, from the myths to the people's eyes. This scene was unforgettable, and it was really shocking. Boom! In the face of the unparalleled crocodile ancestor's demonic aura, all the relics of the gods seemed to be burning, blooming with dazzling brilliance, and gathered together to shroud the progenitor crocodile. At the same time, the bronze lamp, Tempest Temple's bronze plaque, alms bowl, vajra, fish drum, and all the other Buddhist artifacts shone brilliantly. All of them soared into the sky and suppressed the progenitor crocodile. A cold and gloomy sneer resounded, and it chilled everyone to the bone. The unparalleled crocodile ancestor shook its body lightly, and suddenly, black light burst out, and the demonic flame was monstrous. All the Buddhist weapons were fixed in place in front of him. Moreover, the praying mat, the ruler, and the other Buddhist weapons gave off cracking sounds one after another. With a pop sound, the praying mat was the first to shatter, followed by the ruler and the other Buddhist weapons. 4 relics of the gods turned into fine powder in succession. The 4 Buddhist artifacts turned into 4 dazzling brilliance, and all of them dissipated on the 5-colored altar, providing a powerful mysterious energy for the starry sky gate. The 9 huge dragon corpses trembled, and with a rumbling sound, they slowly soared into the sky. The progenitor crocodile was shocked, and it avoided the ancient bronze lamp and the other relics of the gods. It soared into the sky, and its right hand quickly enlarged, covering the heaven and earth, and grabbed the 9 huge dragon corpses. At this time, the ancient bronze lamp, Tempest Temple's bronze plaque, and other relics seemed to have a spirit, and each of them rushed out the most blazing divine light, so bright that people couldn't open their eyes, and swept toward the progenitor crocodile. Endless light flickered in the sky, and it was so dazzling that people couldn't look straight at it, and no one could see it clearly. The 9 dragon corpses were temporarily stopped by the progenitor crocodile. Dang, dang, a crisp sound came from the altar, and the Buddhist relic prayer beads, Tempest Temple's bronze plaque, alms bowl, and other relics all fell to the ground, and even the ancient bronze lamp was extinguished. The 9 dragon corpses are stopped, what should we do? Everyone was anxious. The giant bronze coffin didn't rise into the sky, and the 9 dragon corpses were blocked in mid-air, and it was difficult for them to enter the starry sky gate. Everyone walked out of the bronze coffin, and quickly picked up the dim Buddhist artifacts. Pang Bo, on the other hand, was very agile in collecting the mineral water bottles on the corpses. Yi Fan, on the other hand, took off his shirt and collected the crocodile corpses on the ground. At this moment, the sky shook violently, and everyone was shocked, and hurriedly rushed back to the bronze coffin. The giant bronze coffin let out a metallic sound, and the 9 dragon corpses swung their giant tails, and with a bang, they all hit the big black hand of the progenitor crocodile, causing it to fall back. Boom! There was a loud noise in the sky, and the 9 huge dragon corpses slowly flew toward the starry sky gate. Clang! The giant bronze coffin shook and turned over, and everyone suddenly felt dizzy. The bloody eyes of the progenitor crocodile were extremely cold. Before the coffin lid closed, it was about to rush in, and its target was still the coffin within the coffin. But at this moment, on the rusty coffin walls, the carvings of ancient ancestors and gods, as well as the bronze patterns of primitive birds and beasts, all flowed with a hazy brilliance, stopping the progenitor crocodile's footsteps. It seemed to suddenly think of something, and 2 cold bloody lights burst out of its eyes. Dang dang dang, it quickly took a few steps back in the void. Clang! With a loud noise, the bronze coffin lid closed, and the 9 huge dragon corpses pulled the bronze coffin slowly into the sky, breaking through the bloody seal laid by the progenitor crocodile, and entered the starry sky gate. Chapter 23. In the darkness, some people were weeping softly, while others were shivering. Every time they closed their eyes, they would see the terrible scene of their foreheads being pierced, blood splattering, and brain juices flowing out. It was like a nightmare, but also like a ghost, lingering in their hearts. It was hard to forget the tragic deaths of his classmates. The ghastly blood, the unwillingness and despair, the eyes that couldn't close, the youthful faces that kept appearing before his eyes. His classmates of 4 years, 13 fresh lives, all passed away on the same day. Although they were temporarily safe, many people couldn't calm down. In fact, they were even more afraid. The tragic death of their classmates and the ferocious divine crocodile appeared in their hearts from time to time. Perhaps they would never be able to forget it in this life. It was pitch black inside the bronze coffin. Some female students were sobbing, and some male students were sighing. Although they had escaped, the road ahead was boundless and unpredictable. Where were the 9 dragons pulling the coffin? Where was the other shore? Where was the heaven? There was no light, but the sea of bitterness was boundless. Were they following the ancient road that the gods had walked? The destination of the gods, what kind of place was that? After a long time, the bronze coffin finally quieted down. According to the time on Earth, it was already late at night. Everyone was exhausted and dispirited, falling into a deep sleep. Many people were still anxious and fearful in their dreams. They tightly grasped the relics of the gods, as if they wanted to rely on them. This was a torturous night. Many people couldn't sleep peacefully. They were awakened by nightmares from time to time, and some girls even woke up crying. It wasn't because they were weak, but because the experience was too terrifying. Many things, no matter if they were true or false, were just rumors. No matter how frightening it was just a story. But if they experienced it themselves, it would be a completely different matter. A group of urban men and women lived a very comfortable life. Suddenly experiencing such a tragic event was an unimaginable shock to their minds. They had seen the legendary demons gnawing on the corpses of their companions, and the people around them dying one by one. How could they not be afraid? Even a carefree person like Pang Bo found it hard to sleep. It wasn't because he was afraid, but because he was constantly awakened by the people around him. Yi Fan was just like him. It was difficult to fall asleep. The people around him would occasionally talk in their sleep or cry in their nightmares, making it difficult for him to sleep. After only 5 or 6 hours, most people woke up. It wasn't until another 2 hours passed that everyone's mood slightly calmed down. At this moment, they didn't know where the bronze coffin was heading. Everyone started to think about reality. The bronze coffin was very stable and didn't shake at all. It was as if it had already stopped. Was there a next stop? Perhaps they would forever drift in the depths of the desolate universe. What kind of place will we reach? After crying and venting, even the weak-natured female students couldn't help but think about this problem. Will we reach the final destination of the gods? The ancient starry sky path was created by the ancestors. In the distant future, there might really be gods, and they might arrive at a mysterious world. Gods really exist? We've seen the 9 dragons pulling the coffin, the legendary Tempest Temple, and the legendary crocodile ancestor. There's no reason for us not to believe it. However, I still find it hard to accept this reality. According to my understanding, the gods might just be a race, and they might have once lived on Earth with us. As a modern person, almost no one believed in the existence of God, but now they had no choice but to face it. Hearing Wang Ziwen say this made it easier for them to accept. Perhaps those gods aren't unfamiliar to us. Perhaps they're the result of human evolution. It's highly likely that they're ancient figures that we're familiar with. Whether it is evolution or a special race, we have to admit that gods do exist. Obviously, the ancient people have been dealing with them for a long time. There was a 5-colored altar at the top of Mount Tai. It was built by the ancient people. Many years ago, the 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors, and 72 kings climbed Mount Tai. Maybe those gods are our ancestors. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were ancient figures like gods. It was said that they were gods themselves. So, it was not easy to imagine that the pilgrimage on Mount Tai was not that simple. There were many possibilities. Maybe they were calling for life in the starry sky and sending some kind of message to the lonely universe. Maybe they could really fly. The ancient Earth had already made them feel that it was not vast enough. So, they climbed Mount Tai, left Earth, and entered the vast universe. Perhaps the Earth was just a relay station, a temporary stop for those existences that were both human and God, a journey in their long lives. Maybe, no one could say for sure what happened in the distant ancient times. Everything was just a maybe. Only one thing was undeniable. The ancient people had already opened the starry gate and explored the boundless universe. Why aren't you talking? The bronze lamp had already been extinguished. It was dark inside the bronze coffin. No one was too scattered. They were all very close to each other. Beside Yi Fan, there was a man leaning against the coffin. He did not make a sound, and this attracted his attention. What's wrong? Are you still jealous that I beat you up? Pang Bo was very dissatisfied. He sneered. You almost pushed Yi Fan out of the five-colored altar and killed him. Beating you up is already letting you off easy. Otherwise, it would not be too much to throw you into the pile of divine crocodiles. Hey, wake up. Say something. Someone beside him pushed him. However, what was unexpected was that this person not only did not respond, but also fell to the ground with a plop. You, what's wrong? The person who pushed him was shocked and stepped back. At this time, everyone felt that something was wrong. Even if he was asleep, he would probably wake up after falling to the ground like this. However, he remained motionless and lay there quietly like a piece of dead wood. Wake up, wake up. Pang Bo went forward and pushed him. Seeing that he was still unconscious, he patted his cheeks and suddenly cried out, "Why is your skin so cold? Even your body is a bit stiff." Hearing this, everyone felt their hair stand on end. They felt a chill from head to toe as a bad premonition appeared in their hearts. Yi Fan felt that things were very bad. He put his hand between the man's mouth and nose. In the end, he said absent-mindedly, "He's dead. He stopped breathing long ago." What? Everyone cried out in alarm. How could a living person suddenly die? Not long ago, he was still talking in his sleep and suffering from nightmares. Now, he had died without a sound. It was very suspicious. The atmosphere in the bronze coffin suddenly became tense and oppressive. In the darkness, everyone panted heavily and felt cold all over. This was too sudden and evil. There was no way to explain it. Everyone tightly grasped the god's relic in their hands. Turn on your phone. Let's see how he died. Yi Fan said as he raised his phone and looked forward with the help of the weak light. It was a deathly pale face. His eyes were protruding and wide open. His mouth was slightly open, and a bit of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He's really dead. Everyone was dejected and terrified. The sudden death made everyone feel a chill down their spine. There seemed to be something terrible in this bronze coffin. A few courageous students began to check his body, wanting to find the cause of death. Quick, look, his neck. There was a bruise on his neck. It was full of bloody marks as if he had been strangled to death. The purplish-red marks were shocking. Ghost, there's a ghost in the bronze coffin. A girl was terrified and said with a trembling voice. Hearing this, many people felt their scalps go numb. The purplish-red bruise was extremely similar to the fingerprints left behind by a malicious spirit. It was very much like he had been strangled to death. Especially now that everyone was in such a coffin, it made people even more suspicious. The coffin not far away was like the door to hell, causing people to be terrified. Many people involuntarily took a few steps back. Yi Fan frowned and stretched out his hand to touch the throat of the corpse. He found that his Adam's apple had been crushed. It was soft and only the skin was still intact. Drops of blood were imprinted on his hand. It looked incomparably demonic, causing people to feel a chill in their hearts. It's not a ghost. He was killed by someone. At this moment, Lu Yunji said with an incomparably gloomy expression. He coldly glanced at Yi Fan. Pang Bo saw him glance at Yi Fan. He immediately gave him a sidelong glance and said, "What do you mean?" From the wound, he was strangled to death. Who could do all this without making a sound? Lu Yunji's expression was very cold. He stared at Yi Fan and Pang Bo and said, "Only someone who was closest to him and had an extraordinarily strong hand could do this." As soon as these words were spoken, his intention was very clear. The spearhead was pointed at Yi Fan. Everyone knew that he was close to the corpse and had an extraordinary physique and extraordinarily strong hand strength. You're talking nonsense. Pang Bo was furious. He picked up the roaring thunder plaque and wanted to slap it. Lu Yunji sneered and looked at him. You want to help someone kill me to keep my mouth shut? Yi Fan pulled Pang Bo back and stopped his impulsive action. It's Yi Fan, he killed him. The female student who had always been on Lu Yunji's side and had helped him talk to Li Changqing several times cried out in fear. It must be Yi Fan. He's taking revenge for almost being pushed out of the altar. Hearing these words, the others immediately thought of what had happened not long ago. Some of them immediately took a few steps back. That's right, it's Yi Fan. He killed a classmate. Li Changqing gritted his teeth and said, maybe there's someone helping him from the side. Pang Bo suddenly had an urge to rush over and beat them up. Buzz! Lu Yunji raised the Vajra pestle in his hand and actually let out a metallic sound. An extremely weak brilliance flowed out. Everyone was shocked. The god relics in their hands had all returned to normal and couldn't release any light. However, Lu Yunji's Vajra pestle still had divine power. This was truly unexpected. Yi Fan, you're too vicious. Even if he was in the wrong, you shouldn't be so ruthless in taking revenge. Lu Yunji held the Vajra pestle and took 2 steps forward. If I said I didn't kill anyone, would you believe me? Yi Fan swept his gaze over everyone. Of course I believe you. Pang Bo was the first to stand out. I also believe you. Zhang Xiling also walked forward. Yi Fan looked at the others and said, you guys don't believe me? Then, his eyes fell on Li Xiaoman. Chapter 24. It's not a question of whether I believe it or not. It's just that you are indeed a major suspect. Cade, who was standing beside Li Xiaoman, stuttered. Pang Bo's eyes widened. Yellow-haired devil, what do you mean? What makes you think that Yi Fan killed her? No, I'm not thinking. I'm saying the objective truth. I'm not saying that he's the murderer. I'm just stating a fact. He's a major suspect. Cade analyzed the situation with a serious and old-fashioned look. What Lu Yunji said makes sense. Yi Fan had a conflict with the deceased. He has a motive for murder. Moreover, it's very close. He has the conditions to make a move. Although he didn't speak fluently, everyone understood what he meant. Just like many simple-minded Westerners, he spoke of facts. Devil, you really don't know the ways of the world. It's obvious, but you have to make it sound like a mathematical theorem. You're so simple-minded. What's a devil? The foreigner, Cade, was puzzled. I heard you say it a few times. What do you mean? You're a devil, simple-minded. I can't be bothered to talk to you. Pang Bo was annoyed and ignored him. He then turned to look at Li Xiaoman. Why aren't you saying anything? You should know Yi Fan very well, right? Li Xiaoman was slender and elegant. Under the dim light from the phone, she was like a fresh and beautiful lotus flower, blooming a delicate fragrance in the darkness. Her expression was calm and natural. She said softly, from the bottom of my heart, I don't believe that Yi Fan is the murderer. But now, he is indeed a suspect, Li Xiaoman. Pang Bo was very angry and emphasized her name. He interrupted her words and said, you are really heartless. I never thought that you would say such words. It's fine if you don't believe anyone, but not you. Others might not understand Yi Fan, but don't you understand him? Even though you've broken up, you can't be so heartless. Are you trying to sprinkle salt on Yi Fan's heart? I don't mean anything else. I'm just stating a fact. Li Xiaoman was very calm. Her face was beautiful and fair like jade. She frowned slightly and said, I'm not targeting anyone. I just want to say that if the murderer dares to kill, then there's nothing he wouldn't dare to do. We're all in danger now. I hope to be more objective and not subjective. In fact, Yi Fan is the biggest suspect, and everyone else here is also a suspect. Pang Bo sneered, in the end, Yi Fan is the biggest suspect. If you don't believe him, why bother saying so much? He turned his head heavily and said, I really misjudged you. In the past, it was very difficult to change your mind once you decided on something. None of your friends could persuade you. Only now do I understand that your character is not resolute but heartless. At this moment, a nervous, almost timid voice whispered, I believe in Yi Fan. I believe that he is not the murderer. It was the female classmate who had an unhappy life. Her body was thin and very weak. She walked out with her head lowered, looking nervous and uneasy. The originally pure and happy girl had become very unconfident due to the unhappy life in recent years. She was no longer as bright and cheerful as before. She couldn't even speak smoothly in front of everyone, looking very uncomfortable. This was also the main reason why Yi Fan sympathized with her during the class reunion. Pang Bo was the same as Yi Fan. He sympathized with this timid girl. In the past, she was clearly not like this in school. She often joked around with Yi Fan and him. The three of them had a very good relationship. It was easy to feel happy when they were together. Lu Yi, thank you. Yi Fan smiled and nodded to her. No need to thank me. I believe that you wouldn't kill anyone. Lu Yi's voice was soft and weak. This made people feel pity for her as she stood there uneasily. Who else could it be? Li Zhangqing was furious and said, other than Yi Fan, who else would have a motive to kill? He is taking revenge. The female classmate standing beside Lu Yunji also spoke again. Yi Fan, how can you be so heartless? That's a classmate you've known for 4 years. I'll say it again. I didn't kill anyone. Yi Fan was very calm in the face of responsibility. He was very calm and said, you can suspect me, but before the matter is investigated clearly, please don't throw dirty water on me. The facts are right in front of us. You and the deceased were almost next to each other. There's no way for others to bypass you and kill him without being discovered. Only you have a motive to kill him. Pang Bo was very hot-tempered and couldn't take anger. He said angrily, can you be more reasonable? Before the matter is concluded, don't put sh*t on others. I really don't understand. When you graduated, you and Lu Yunji parted ways. But to put it bluntly, Lu Yunji dumped you in disdain, which made you hate him. Why are you so eager to stick to him and cheer for him now? This is a vicious personal attack. The female classmate was so angry that her face was pale. Her body was trembling as she pointed at Pang Bo. Attack? Yes, attack a chicken. Pang Bo was someone who refused to suffer losses. Sometimes, his mouth was very poisonous. He said, this is called fighting poison with poison. When I see a person, I speak the human language. When I see a ghost, I speak the ghost language. When I see a toad, I just casually spit it to drown it. The female classmate's body trembled. She was so angry that she couldn't speak. Lu Yunji's face was gloomy. He said, enough, Pang Bo, are you still a man? What's the point of saying these things? The Vajra pestle in his hand was surrounded by a few fine rays of light. It was especially eye-catching in the darkness, reminding everyone that it possessed an absolute deterrent force. If a conflict were to break out, perhaps no one would be able to resist. Pang Bo's face also darkened. He said, because the murderer isn't Yi Fan, and you all are pestering endlessly. I'm giving you a taste of your own medicine. Yi Fan's gaze swept over Li Xiaoman before turning to the others. At this time, 3 students stepped forward and said, we believe that Yi Fan didn't kill anyone. In addition to Lu Yi, Zhang Xiling, and Pang Bo, there were suddenly 6 people standing on Yi Fan's side. Including himself, there were a total of 7 people. And now, there were a total of 16 people who had survived. Almost half of the people here believed in Yi Fan. Lin Jia was extremely beautiful. Her figure was lithe and graceful, and her naturally red phoenix eyes gave her a natural charm. Even in this kind of atmosphere, although she was speaking calmly, she still appeared somewhat enchanting and bewitching. I also feel that it can't be Yi Fan. We all understand his character. He isn't such a ruthless person. He would never haggle over every little thing with others. Li Zhangqing was displeased. He interrupted her words and said, who else could it be other than him? Among us, who would kill someone? Who would have such thoughts? Pang Bo was immediately enraged. He glared at him and said, Li Zhangqing, can you be even more wicked? Can't you find more reasons to pour more dirty water? I really want to press this bronze plaque on your face. How can you say such arbitrary words? I can't be bothered with you. Li Zhangqing angrily turned his head away. Even now, his nose and face were still swollen. On the rainbow altar, he had not been lightly beaten by Pang Bo. I also believe in Yifan. He isn't that kind of person. He wouldn't do such a ruthless thing. At this time, Wang Ziwen walked over and chose to believe in Yifan. From beginning to end, Zhou Yi was like a bystander. However, at this time, he also made a choice. He looked at the glowing Vajra pestle in Lu Yunji's hand, and then looked at the calm and composed Yifan. He said, "We can't easily come to a conclusion as to who the murderer is. I believe that Yifan wouldn't harm a fellow student." At this moment, the majority of people stood on Yifan's side. He knew that some people were sincere, while others, through observation, believed that he must have a so-called trump card to be able to remain so calm in the face of Lu Yunji's Vajra pestle. It was almost an opportunistic choice. If it isn't Yifan, then who is it? Could it be that the murderer is someone else among us? Lu Yunji's face was cold. He stared at Yifan, and then looked at Pang Bo. "Put away your attitude. Don't think that others will be afraid of you just because you're holding a glowing pestle." Pang Bo didn't care at all. He was very fierce and said, "I can still use this bronze plaque that doesn't glow to smash you." Lu Yunji's expression immediately became gloomy. He gripped the Vajra pestle tightly and took 3 steps forward. Yifan pulled back Pang Bo, who was about to rush over. Then, he faced everyone and said with incomparable seriousness, "I can tell everyone that the murderer is not anyone among us." Chapter 25. What? Everyone was shocked. They believed that Yifan did not speak without thinking. He must have found something. Even Li Changqing and the female classmate next to Lu Yunji, who specifically targeted Yifan, changed their expressions and looked around nervously. Just now, Yifan had seen everyone's reactions. Throughout the entire process, his expression was as calm as still water in a lake. He also understood who was sincere and who was pretending. Only now did he begin to prove his innocence and directly pointed out a key point. "You can touch his throat with your own hands." His Adam's apple was crushed. No matter how strong a person is, it is impossible to do that. Someone squatted down and touched it with his own hands to confirm Yifan's words. More people took a few steps back. Facing the unknown corpse, their hearts were full of chills. If it was not caused by humans, then what was it? Everyone felt a chill down their spine. "Yifan, do you know what it is? Will it find us too?" Someone asked with a trembling voice. The purplish-red bruises on the corpse's neck were like fingerprints left by malicious spirits. Thinking of this, many people could not help but look at the coffin within the coffin. "We did not get rid of the divine crocodile." When they heard Yifan say such a sentence, everyone was horrified. They firmly grasped the relic of the god in their hands and nervously glanced around. A female classmate said with a sobbing tone, "Did the ancestor crocodile suppressed under the Tempest Temple follow us in?" It was a great demon that was suppressed by the Buddha himself. Although everyone had only seen its glory for a moment, it was enough to be unforgettable. The terrifying power that shook the sky was unparalleled. "Impossible, it didn't follow us in. It's not it." Li Changqing's face was pale. He no longer had the relic of the god in his hands. He followed Lu Yunji nervously and tightly grasped the King Kong treasure pestle. "I didn't say that the ancestor crocodile followed us in. I mean, a small crocodile mixed into the bronze coffin." At this point, he squatted down and shone the weak light of the phone on the corpse's face. His expression was full of horror. His eyes were wide open, and he died with a grievance. It was exactly the same expression as the other 13 students who left us when they died. I've read about the godly crocodile in the miscellaneous notes of the ancient book. Apart from the description of its body, it also said that the godly crocodile would devour people, and even their souls would be scared to death. Although the ancient lamp in Yifan's hand had already been extinguished, he was still holding it tightly, as if he was guarding against something. He said, "This is not a coincidence. This kind of death is the same as the previous 13 students. It is the same as what was recorded in the ancient books. Their souls scattered in fear. There must be a divine alligator causing trouble." Yi Fan didn't mind that it was a corpse. He pried open its mouth and found a bloody hole that went straight up to the skull. Everyone immediately felt a chill run down their spines. The tiny bloody hole was exactly the same as the wounds on the dead students. Only a terrifying creature like the divine crocodile could easily penetrate the human body. It was naturally not a problem for it to crush the Adam's apple from the inside. There were actually divine crocodiles that entered the bronze coffin. How many were there? Could the relics of the gods still resist after losing their divine light? This made everyone anxious. So, the divine crocodile is still inside his body? It's hard to say. Yi Fan shook his head. It's still inside his body. There is something wriggling in his chest. Zhang Xiling suddenly shouted as he pointed at the chest of the corpse. Pfft! A flower of blood appeared. A familiar ferocious creature revealed its sharp head from the chest of the corpse. It was a 10-centimeter long divine crocodile. It turned into a jet of black light and rushed towards Yi Fan's forehead. Bang! Yi Fan reacted quickly. He used the bronze lamp to block in front of him. A few weak sparks shot out in all directions. The divine crocodile screamed miserably as it was hit by one of the sparks. It was almost pierced through and was sent flying. Clang! Pang Bo was also quick to react. He swung the Tempest Temple's bronze plaque and slammed it on the ground. Strands of divine light shot out as the bronze plaque smashed the divine crocodile into meat paste. Lu Yunji, what else do you have to say? Pang Bo held the bronze plaque and questioned Lu Yunji. I was too impulsive. Who would have thought that a divine crocodile would enter the bronze coffin? Lu Yunji didn't say anything else. He didn't even apologize. Things had developed to this point. It was almost tit for tat. There was no need to be humble anymore. Slap. Right at this moment, Pang Bo suddenly made his move. A large palm fiercely slapped over, landing solidly on Lu Yunji's face. During this process, the King Kong treasured pestle and the bronze plaque of the Tempest Temple emitted dim lights at the same time. They collided and enveloped the two of them. However, none of this could stop the slap. Lu Yunji's face was firmly slapped. Blood trickled down from the corner of his mouth. Sorry, I was also too impulsive. Pang Bo mocked Lu Yunji. Everyone hurriedly stood between the two of them to prevent them from fighting. Lu Yunji's expression was extremely gloomy. He was about to rush over with the King Kong treasured pestle in his hand. However, he remembered that the bronze plaque had also emitted some divine radiance. In the end, he restrained himself. Shoo! Yi Fan suddenly made a shushing gesture. He then gazed at the coffin in the center as if he was listening to something. After a while, Yi Fan asked the crowd, "Did you guys hear something?" Everyone was startled because they didn't hear anything. Yi Fan revealed a puzzled expression. In the end, he slowly walked toward the 4-meter-long bronze coffin. At this moment, the Bodhi seed in his arms suddenly became hot. It made his heart feel warm. It was also at this moment that he heard an even clearer sound. He couldn't help but reach out to touch the coffin. The coffin was covered in green copper rust. There were many ancient ancestors and gods carved on it. It emitted a simple and ancient aura. At this moment, he felt that the Bodhi seed in his arms had forcefully opened a door for him. It allowed him to hear an extremely special sound. At first, the sound was very soft. Then, it actually became louder and louder. The Bodhi seed in Yi Fan's arms also became hotter and hotter. The Bodhi tree was also known as the Tree of Wisdom, the Tree of Enlightenment, and the Tree of Thought. Legend had it that the Buddha achieved enlightenment under a Bodhi tree. Yi Fan's Bodhi seed had a naturally formed Buddha diagram. It was completely formed from the intersection of natural veins. It was clearly not ordinary. The ancient and mysterious bronze coffin in front of him emitted a louder and louder sound. It was like the heavenly voice of the great Tao, but also like the most profound truth. The way of heaven takes from the surpluses and makes up for the deficiencies. The first sentence of the mysterious heavenly voice of the great Tao was a famous sentence from the Daoist scriptures. However, what followed was a profound ancient scripture that had never been heard of. It was difficult to understand its meaning. The vast and profound sound seemed to come from the primordial world. Finally, it reverberated in Yi Fan's ears like a great bell and entered his heart.